Good evening. I now call to order the regular meeting of the City Council and Housing Authority for Tuesday, April 7th, 2026. Now, please stand and we'll sing the national anthem together as it plays on a video, and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets declared the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors, that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so now it's time for our moment of solemn expression, and we're saved just in the nick of time by Pastor Christine Knoll from Redemption Church. It's great to have you here. You have the floor, Pastor.
Thank you. Yes, just in the nick of time. Well, it's nice to see all of you. Hello, Council. Hello to my Costa Mesa neighbors. As we step into this first week of April, we're in a season of Easter. And many of us have just celebrated Easter or Passover. And those seasons are about liberation and times of being set free. And as we step into this meeting, I just wanted to take a moment to remind us that what we see isn't always what we get, that there is truly liberation on the other side. And so I wanted to just take a moment to remind us that love does in fact overcome violence, that peace is more powerful than violence, that forgiveness is actually more powerful than death, and take an opportunity to give us a moment to consider this. So whatever you're considering tonight, I apologize, I haven't actually looked over the agenda and what you're facing and the decisions that you have before you, whether that's things pertaining to affordable housing or how we interact with one another as neighbors or how businesses are regulated or set up. I want to invite all of us, my neighbors and the council, just to reflect on a moment of what might be the invitation of love for tonight. So we'll just take a moment of silence and listen to the invitation of love. May you have the courage that you need to respond to the invitation of love. Amen.
Thank you very much. It's beautiful. Okay, Madam Clerk, would you please do the roll call?
Mr. Mayor, the record will reflect that all council is present, except Councilmember Reynolds has just stepped away from the dais for a moment.
Okay, thank you. Madam City Attorney, do you have a closed session report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No reportable action was taken in closed session this evening.
Okay, well, we have one, thank you very much. We have one presentation. It's from our poet laureate, Danielle Hansen. So, Ms. Hansen, you have the floor.
Excellent. Welcome to National Poetry Month. It's April, and it is the beginning of our second year at our Poet Laureate program. And so I'm going to update you on some of the things going on. But first, because we always have to do this. I'm going to start with a poem. This is a little poem that I wrote. Where did it go? Oh, hold on, it just disappeared. Well, maybe it'll reappear. We'll find out. Nope, we'll move on. All right, so we have some upcoming events I want to tell you about. One of them is a couple workshops we have on May 5th. The first one will be at the Senior Center. It's for everyone in the morning. And then there's one in the afternoon for teens only. So that's May 5th. Another thing we're working on is the Sidewalk Poetry Project. We just launched in Brentwood Park and had a wonderful write-up in the Daily Pilot, if you didn't see that. And a lot of you, I think, were there at the ribbon cutting and saw all the kids reacting to the playground, but also to the poems. And I'll share with you what we've put in the concrete there. We have a quote by Federico Garcia Lorca, who's a Spanish poet from around the beginning of the 1900s. Cada paso que damos en la tierra nos lleva a un nuevo mundo. Rough translation, every step we take on earth brings us to a new world. The theme for Brentwood Park was nature. We also include a quote by Lao Tzu, nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished. This past weekend for Springfest, we did an ode together as a community. We got a bunch of people's input, anyone who wanted to sit down and give us some words for the poem. 150 people did. So I'm going to read one of them that, because I think this is more to you guys than to the ode. Lions Park is the best because there is a library with hunts and a long, fun slide. And before you go on a slide, there is a rope course. When I go there, I come with my family. I love Lions Park. There is a lot of events. I love the park because I live close by. The people who made Lions Park are the best. So I wanted to share that bit with you. And on its world premiere, we have the ode that we wrote together as a community. Ode to Lions Park. Lions Park, the airplane park. You are fun, you are beautiful, you exist to be filled with music, community events, Easter eggs, and children. You cure boredom, gather people in your grassy arms, create friendships on playgrounds. You are for everyone. In you, we feed the homeless, feel included, celebrate, pasar un buen tiempo con nietos, para todos jóvenes y viejos. You are a place for people to be people, authentic and creative. You are the happiest place in town. You are inclusive, green, muy agradable, and big enough to hold our memories. Gymnastics in the 1980s, playing with our sister and grandma, birthday parties as kids, being too scared to ride the swing but doing it and liking it, climbing the monkey bars for the first time, eating elotes and raspberries on the playground, playing after volleyball, meeting a new girl, and making friends, recuerdos de mi niñez. The first park we visited when we came from our home country, and our kids loved it. Being little on the swings with our mom, sitting on a blanket, reading a book, playing soccer with friends and family. Dad bike rides in Airplane Park, muy bonito recuerdos. Seeing birds, eating candy, riding scooters, hunting Easter eggs on a rainy day and making it a yearly tradition. Library story time, parties, daddy-daughter time, pirates in the park, falling in love with the city and choosing to raise a family here. A place to rest for the homeless, a place for churches to worship. You remind us of our community, of our family, of our humanity, of playing and running freely, of childhood and springtime, of mama, of nature, of why we love Costa Mesa, of flying high of December, of beauty and festivales, of wedding showers and birthdays, of our children years ago, the smiles and laughs and play dates, of balance between work and family, of flying high, that we are better together. You are for living. You want butterflies and ladybugs, a cafe, clean air, kids playing to make people happy, our stories, joy, adventures, and always fun. Quieres ser libre, quieres el amor. You want us to be kids ourselves. You want us to visit. You are obsessed with potlucks and shade, water, strollers and bikes and scooters. Today, this moment, connections. If you were human, you would play with us. You would smile. Almost, isn't that beautiful? I just organized what's already on the cards. That was the city of Costa Mesa who wrote that. All right, so the next couple things I want to say, so we put the poetry in the sidewalk at Brentwood Park. We have 2 more parks scheduled. We hope to keep doing this. We've applied for a grant that hopefully will allow us to give some money to some of the citizen poets, because for the next two parks, we want to solicit the people of Costa Mesa to send in their poems for that. So for Ketchum Leibold Park, we are looking for, we'll start that competition or that solicitation period April 10th. So look on our website, make sure that you're keeping an eye on that. The park after that, which is Shalimar, will be hopefully teen poets. So we'll be working with the schools to try to get solicitations. And the last invitation I have for you is we have an event at UC Irvine on August the 27th. I believe that's a Monday. Patrick Bryan from Arts OC, Rick Stein from the California Commission for the Arts, and our own Laureate Garner will be having a panel discussion on government funding of the arts. So please join us at the Claire Trevor School of the Arts for that, 6 to 7:30.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great job. Okay, so now we're going to go to public comments. You can speak about anything that's not on the agenda. For things that are on the agenda, you have to wait till they come up. You have 3 minutes within which to speak. You're going to hear a ding and see a light at 2 minutes. Please wrap up because your mic will cut off at 3 minutes. We'll go to the people in the chambers first, then we'll go to the folks waiting on Zoom. Jay, did you want to go first? Oh, Flo? Go ahead.
My older son will be 59 in a few months. His brother is 57, and they loved playing in Lions Airplane Park when they were little kids. I would like to report that our Costa Mesa PD is doing a great job when it comes to finding drivers and ticketing drivers and stopping drivers who are not obeying traffic laws. The March crashes in Costa Mesa, there was one severe injury on Newport Boulevard with 43 crashes, driver versus driver, and 21 injuries. 4 on Fairview, 5 on Harbor, 5 on Newport Boulevard. The Newport Boulevard crash involved a head-on collision. 19 broadsides, which implies running a red light. There were 18 on Adams and Mesa Verde Drive with 3 injuries. Cyclist versus driver, 7 crashes, 5 injuries, 2 of which were severe, as per Costa Mesa PD. 2 were on 17th Street. Pedestrian versus driver, 8 crashes, 7 injuries, and 1 fatality on Newport Boulevard. Costa Mesa, in the last few days, our PD, Costa Mesa PD, has issued bunches and bunches of traffic violations on Newport Boulevard today. As the French say, chapeau to Costa Mesa PD. Let's keep our city safe.
Yes, Jay.
Good evening, Council. Jay Humphrey, Costa Mesa resident. And to be clear, I'm speaking as a private citizen today, not as a member of any organization or committee. Up on the screen, you'll note the proposed Fairview Park fly field relocation to the east side of Fairview Park, as demonstrated by Hamilton Biological, who you guys are contracted with. And you've already spent $13,000 on a study to do this, plus you seem to be moving towards building a new fly field over there. Many thousands of dollars included in that, along with maintenance. I assume if you're doing that, even the $13,000, you're going to supply the same financial support to any other hobbyist who cares to use a Costa Mesa facility. Let's talk about swimming. A lot of people like to swim, and swimming is a hobby. And you could provide a swimming venue. Oh, you do. It's called the Costa Mesa Aquatic Center, but it's not free. Everybody who swims there pays, and they pay per visit. They don't just pay a single fee, you know, like under an art, like some kind of umbrella. They pay every visit. They got to pay for the guard and what have you. I mean, it's reasonable, but the same thing is true for HSS. Secondarily, HSS says that they, in fact, teach youngsters to fly and do that. And as you all know, you've all tried to do things and failed initially as you were learning. So when these youngsters learn to fly the planes from this new fly field, they'll ultimately crash. It will happen. And because of where the fly field is located, they may, in fact, crash into endangered habitat or restricted habitat, pardon me, or a vernal pool. If, in fact, that happens, only a biologist should be sent in to get that plane out, and the cost should be borne 100% by HSS. The same would be true for any other activity that would lead to the state or the feds getting a take for the city to pay on taking an endangered species or what have you. Again, will that all be borne by HSS? And finally, we should note that closing the fly field on the west side was a preservation act by the city. However, building a fly field that points directly at the endangered species habitat and the vernal pools, unfortunately, is not and will never pass muster as a preservation or restoration.
Thank you. Hi, Terry.
Hi there, Terry Fuquay.
Right. That last presentation wasn't on our screen. I had to saw it on the overhead, but it didn't make it on our computer screen. That's correct. Anyway, with that, go ahead.
I don't know who saw Channel 2 and Channel 9 recently about the inordinate amount of rattlesnakes down in Lower Talbot Park. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, they're also in Fairview Park. I found one right near the berms, just past the berms, climbing on Endemic's water hose. And I went home and told my neighbor, and he said, yeah, I found one over on the bluff path the day before. So I want to spread the word that it can be dangerous to go off the path out there. The habitat, you can't see where your feet are going. It could be a problem. Thanks.
Thanks, Terry. Yes, Bill, you have the floor.
Little technical difficulty here. Getting my framed
Do you want it?
certificate out of a bag.
Oh, there you go. That's not so technical.
Mr. Mayor, council members, I'm Costa Mesa resident Bill Turpett, serving for 5 years on the as the appointed representative of the city on the Orange County Mosquito and Vector Control District. I'm here to provide a 3-minute update on district activities in the city and to offer a few other comments about my backyard neighbor, Fairview Park. I'm happy to answer any questions at the end of my comments. I'll begin by showing you this colorful framed certificate the district recently presented me for 5-year service as a district trustee. Since that service is on behalf of Costa Mesa, I in turn present this certificate to you with the thought that it might be appropriately displayed in a city hall public place, not the storeroom, to remind all of the important relationship between the city and the district in combating harmful county vectors. Next, I want to summarize 3 recent vector control service events in Costa Mesa for which the city staff has already received prior notifications. Last October, the district responded to notice from the healthcare agency of a local resident's potential flea-borne typhus diagnosis. The district worked with the resident to reduce or eliminate conditions or actions at the residence that may have led to the infection. In late January this year, the district performed a large area drone treatment of the abundant mosquito larvae observed in the district's upper Fairview Park vernal pools following the January rains. Finally, on 3 successive recent March nights, the district engaged in mosquito control activities in Newport Beach, adjacent to the Randall Preserve, and in Costa Mesa's Canyon Park, also adjacent to the Randall Preserve. The district reports that these efforts reduced by about 72% the heavy adult mosquito population in those areas, as indicated by pre- and post-mosquito trapping. Was that the 3-minute bell? Oh, good.
No, you have some time.
Oh, great. Switching to the council's recent work on allocating capital improvement funds for the proposed 26-27 budget, I'd like to offer 3 observations. One, I believe it was the 23-24 city budget that Mayor Stevens was a leader in getting the city to allocate at least $500,000 to a fund for necessary Fairview Park equipment, which a city study had previously indicated is the recirculating pump for the 5 wetland pumps that were designed to and the pump was designed to increase the flow of water in the ponds and reduce mosquito breeding. The pump was never purchased after completion of the ponds. Fairview Park wetlands create a natural breeding site for mosquitoes, but for the district's regular treatment of the
You're done. The council, as long as we can turn you on again. Do you have any questions? Any questions of Bill regarding vector? No? Okay. You're good. Thanks, Bill. I appreciate you coming
May
in.
I give this to the
Yes.
clerk?
That's beautiful. We'll put it in a public place,
Thank you.
right next to the Bruin helmet. All right. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Good evening. My name's Debbie Pesman, and I'm the chair of the Board of Directors of Someone Cares Soup Kitchen. My mother, Merle Hadelberg, was the founder of Someone Cares in 1986. I'm here tonight because there's been some public discussion and misinformation regarding a $50,000 donation awarded to the city by the City of Costa Mesa to Someone Cares, and I want to help set the record straight and bring some focus back to the people in our community who need the help. Someone Cares is not a single program organization. We're a long-standing community institution serving a wide cross-section of people. This year, we're celebrating our 40th anniversary. Our mission has remained simple and consistent: to feed the hungry and provide education in the communities that we serve. In short, we have stood up for Costa Mesa's immigrant community and anyone who's needed our help for 4 decades. Our work is not new, even if the focus of our work is new to some people. Today, our work includes daily meal service for approximately 250 individuals on weekdays and 225 individuals on weekends, along with food-to-go distributions. For the last half of 2025, Someone Cares contributed the lion's share of food resources to 220 ice-impacted families in and around Costa Mesa. That included approximately 65,000 pounds of food. That's a lot of food. We continue to operate a monthly food distribution program for ice-impacted families at our location. At the heart of this matter, it's not politics, it's people. It's the families who are afraid. It's seniors, children, veterans, unhoused neighbors, working households just trying to get by. We will not lose sight of this. It is our 40th year, and we remain committed to serving those in need with compassion, discretion, and integrity. We're proud of what Someone Cares has accomplished over 4 decades, and we believe our community is strongest when those who care about helping others choose collaboration. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kara Stewart, and I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the residents of Mesa Del Mar, both compliments and a couple of comments. Like a few parts of our city, we are seeing a little bit of an increase in graffiti, but I'm here tonight really to acknowledge the response that has happened. We have used the 311 app, and for those who aren't familiar with it, really encourage most of our residents to become familiar with it. It's been made quite an easy process to be able to report things like graffiti or to lodge any questions. And I also want to acknowledge that the police department has been quite responsive to our inquiries, and to couple that also with the public works that also has come out quite quickly to be able to cover up graffiti, specifically at the corner of El Camino and our Fairway Drive entrance where those Mesa Del Mar signs are. Really, that's such an example of fast action from the city, and we all do appreciate it. I do have 2 questions for everyone. I know at one point the city did have a paint matching program to make sure that when incidents like this happen, it really can be almost like ServPro, like it never ever happened again. And I see that happening quickly, but I do want to note that, find out if there is a closer paint matching program, because on some of those signs there are some differences. But really more importantly, in talking with some of my neighbors, some of the property owners are also curious to find out how they can work closer with the city for graffiti that happens on private property. I'm thinking specifically of some of the duplexes and fourplexes that are on El Camino and adjacent streets there. And all of this matters because there has to be the cooperation of the residents, of property owners, of homeowners, as well as the city to take care of things like this. And we're simply curious of how we can become even better informed and better collaborative. And just want to thank you for this fast response and for your collaboration. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Oh, 5 minutes, please, for Juana.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juana Trejo y ahorita vengo como residente de aquí de Costa Mesa. Aquí podemos ver en la pantalla una familia que ya tenía más de 40 años viviendo en el distrito número 3. La señora murió Esperanza Lugo murió el 21 de julio del 2025, el año pasado. La persona que está en medio se llamaba Antonio Ruiz, hijo de la señora. Él falleció en febrero de este año. Y el de la camisa rosa se llamaba Luis Ruiz y él murió apenas hace 2 semanas. Ellos eran los hijos de esta señora, que en menos de un año esta familia ha tenido 3 pérdidas. Él murió en la más completa soledad, pobreza, debiendo 2 meses de renta. No tenía para comer, tenía una enfermedad crónica llamada diabetes, porque ha afectado todo este proceso que hemos vivido de migración.
Good evening, my name is Juana Trejo, and tonight I am coming to you as a resident of Costa Mesa. Up on the screen, we see a family who had lived here for over 40 years in District 3. And the lady, Esperanza Lugo, passed away July 21st, 2025. The guy in the middle, his name was Antonio Ruiz, her son, and he died just this February. And the guy wearing pink, his name was Luis Ruiz, and he just died 2 weeks ago. So these were her kids, and in less than a year, they've suffered 3 losses. He died lonely, in poverty, owing 2 months of rent, not having any money to afford any food to eat, and was living with a chronic illness known as diabetes. And all of this has been because of what we've had to live through with immigration.
Venimos a abogar para que haya un fondo. Sabemos que cuando pasamos por cosas así lo que hacemos es de que los mandamos a la iglesia de redención de la pastora Cristina. Pero sabemos que también es imposible que ellos puedan dar algo que no tienen. No estamos preparados para estos problemas y también queremos agradecer a la iglesia de Harbor, de los pastores Parra, que ellos van a prestar el lugar para que Luis tenga un servicio fúnebre, porque sus familiares no podían pagar otro lugar. Ellos ahorita están con una deuda de $26,000 que aún no se reponían de lo del hermano que falleció en febrero y ahora están enfrentando pues este nuevo problema. Cuando ya tenemos el cuerpo allí no podemos ignorarlo. Tienen que darles sepultura y ellos decidieron enterrarlos aquí porque pues ya tenían más de 40 años viviendo acá. Entonces también quiero agradecer al oficial de zona del distrito número 3. Le mandé una fotografía el domingo de cómo fue grafiteado a nuestra comunidad y yo dije, no va a venir el domingo, ¿verdad? Pero gracias a Dios acudió y no queremos que nuestros niños vean que eso sucede y que forma parte de una comunidad. Y mandó ese mismo domingo y estoy muy agradecida porque responden. Manuel también le mandé una foto donde sacaron los muebles de la persona, tenían que desocupar el apartamento y también gracias a Dios ya acudieron a recoger eso. Entonces vengo a apelar para que podamos tener un fondo para que cuando suceda algo así por lo menos las familias tengan para iniciar una kermés donde puedan tener para que puedan darle cristiana sepultura a sus familiares.
And so I'm coming here to advocate for funds. We know that when things like this happen, we do refer families to Redemption Church with Pastor Christina, but we also know that it's impossible to give something that they don't have. We don't have any way to prepare for these kind of problems. And I also wanted to thank Harbor Church and the Pastor Sparra because they are providing a space in order to have the funeral service for Luis because their family could not pay. They're about $26,000 in debt, and they had not yet recovered from the death in February. So, once the body's there, you can't really ignore it. It needs to get buried. And they decided to bury him here because they've been here for over 40 years. So, and I just wanted to thank also the officer in zone for District 3. I sent the picture on Sunday, and I said, if it's going to get sent that same day, and if he was going to come, and the kids were there, and thank you.
Thanks. What's that? Oh, yeah.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Janine Hawks. I am a 12-year resident of Costa Mesa. I own a condo and am a board of directors on the Homeowners Association of Baker and Randolph. We currently have a serious mental health issue going on in our community. Residents have contacted the police for the last 2.5 to 3 weeks with no results. This person is threatening residents. These people are in fear for their lives. She's throwing items as a big television set out in the street at people, ripping off screen doors, and people cannot handle it. They have little children that live in the community. I have spoke with the watch commander yesterday, and we are continually told they really cannot do anything because the person doesn't want to go in for treatment, and we need to wait until someone's hurt. We cannot wait until someone is stabbed or shot or anything else. I approached this person yesterday to talk with them, and they had a knife in their hand. So they're going around the community with these items, and we need to do something about it before someone gets killed, because the HOA will be responsible because all these owners have complained to the board, and something needs to be done. If somebody is hurt, we will have no, we have no recourse other than to file a claim with the city and the police department because we're not getting help. Thank you.
Good evening. I just heard Juana Trejo's speech. And I want to say that I think we're doing a disservice to our Hispanic people. I know the interpreter is doing her best to write down, but anywhere where we want something like a court, there's a simultaneous translation. I believe he may be doing that in the back of the room for the procedure. So I think that we need to have a simultaneous, because what she said wasn't everything that was expressed by the interpreter. So I think she got shortchanged in that you're not providing a service that's adequate enough to express all her specific words. The other thing I've come for is that we have evidently a signage issue that came up. I don't remember them being a hearing on it or any community input. I do remember the fiasco and the kerfuffle that came here when we had a flag and whatnot in the council, and a big mess. But now, without any input, this is the size of our Costa Mesa sign. Now, I don't know what your sign, if you violate that, I don't know what section they cite you under, what ordinance or anything, but this is 11 by 18. It's not even a standardized sign. So in Costa Mesa, our freedom of speech is this size. But in Irvine, our freedom of speech and our sign is this size. So I'd like to have some input on the signs, some specificity on why you chose the sign you did that's not even a standardized sign and not used by any other surrounding city. Because as we know, that's our First Amendment extension. And you're silencing us at this size and not allowing our voice to be loud unless we have this size. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, close public comments. Okay, so now we're going to go to council member committee reports, comments, and suggestions. First up from District 2 is Councilmember Lauren Gameros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of things I do want to speak on. First, I want to start off with the constituent who spoke about the problem that they're having on Randolph and Baker. I'm your council member for that area, and if you'd like, you can reach out to me. You can call me on my cell phone. If you don't have the number, you can call staff. I'm giving them permission to give it to you. Please call me. I'll be glad to help you with whatever I can and get involved with that. I don't want anyone to feel threatened in this community, and I do know that our police department will take you seriously, and if they're not already on it, I'm sure someone will be speaking with you shortly. You're welcome. And on that note, with emergency services, I want to, just giving a shout out doesn't cover it for our emergency services, but I do want to talk about something that hits home literally. I'm at home the other day, and anytime a fire truck goes by, you can identify it instantly. You hear the revving of a diesel engine, you hear the hissing of air brakes, you know something's going on. And anyone who lives in a semi-quiet neighborhood knows when a fire truck drives by. Well, I had fire trucks driving by, and we could hear sirens for quite a while. When something like that happens, I know something big is going on, and we could also hear that there were police cars coming too. Well, there was a home that caught on fire on College, and it was just getting dark, and as I looked up, I could see a big plume of black smoke, and that's not good. That means the house is on fire. And it was within, I swear, it had to have been 1 minute. Within 1 minute, there were sirens, and the black smoke turned to white smoke. And I just want to commend the police department and the fire department. They had an entire city block completely sanctioned off. All of the residents had been evacuated. They saved someone's house in it was a matter of minutes, but at that point it's seconds. And it was contained to a garage. My understanding was it was a garage fire from a vehicle. And I just want to thank our fire department, because you want to watch just harmony. The police department and the fire department together. I know that the fire department is the one specifically who put it out, but they do work in co-tangent with each other, and they saved this house. And that's really important. So I just want to reach out and thank the Costa Mesa Fire Department and whoever was involved. They did a great service for our community. So thank you. And that's all I have for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up from District 3, Councilmember Andrea Marr.
Okay, thank you. I'll be pretty quick. My only real update from the last council meeting is I met with several of the residents who live near Wilson Park. They've had some concerns around folks riding e-bikes right by the playground. So there's a nice little place where if you catch enough speed, you can jump. Right up against where there's toddlers playing in the parking, in the playground. And so Dr. Seth Rahman is on it, but thanks. I mean, this is to Councilmember Gameros's point. Like, sometimes this is what we're here for, right? We have these larger policy discussions that are very big picture, that are complicated and tedious, but it's also all the little stuff, the safety concerns, the conflicts between bikes and toddlers. Like, this is the sort of thing that we're here for, that we frankly got elected for. And so don't hesitate to reach out if there's something like that in your community that we can help address. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up from District 5, Councilmember Arliss Reynolds.
Yeah, thank you. On a similar note, appreciate the, I think she stepped out. Appreciate the info on the rattlesnakes. That's a frightening occurrence, and I do appreciate the recommendation on some noticing, maybe also what to do if you do get bit. So knowing that that's a presence in parks in our community where a lot of people are moving, maybe staff, we can increase our signage and just elevate awareness. I think the early heat this year or something has brought them out. I've heard of increased sightings, and we know even though it's rare, there can be tragic occurrences. Juana, thank you for being a voice of your community. Really appreciate you always being out here and speaking truthfully, even when it's difficult to hear. You're really making an impact, and appreciate you. And I know your neighbors appreciate you as well. Really appreciated the update from our poet laureate today and sharing some of those poems. I know there's a lot of excitement getting some of our first poetry in the ground and a lot of new ideas. I'm excited to hear that roll forward. I think it was about a year ago, a little more than a year ago, when we first brought that idea up in the chambers. I remember because my dog had just passed, and I was looking up some poems, and there was one that was an ode to the dog. So I'd love to maybe consider a poem about our pups around our dog park. Another thing I'd like us to consider as I'm hearing lots of really great ideas is, where can we put poetry around the city that's not just at parks? Appreciate Chair Ochoa mentioning this at their last meeting, that, again, not every neighborhood has parks, so let's make sure that we're looking at places to put poetry and other activations across neighborhoods, even when there's not a park in that neighborhood. Some ideas could include poems on routes to school, so coordinating with the project that we already have with our active transportation team. Maybe there's some math there too, about 100 yards to school or things to get kids counting. A collab with the Historical Society might be interesting, looking at some of our pedestrian priority areas. So just want us to continue to think outside the box on that particular program. And then just in general, there's a lot of really wonderful things happening in the city, and I'm seeing more and more, lots of really interesting collaborations between the city, whether it's staff or committees or our programs and individual residents or our businesses. And I'm loving seeing that flourish. There's a lot of new things popping up, a lot of great energy. Some things that came to mind were the partnerships that Neat and New Day Coffee have been doing with organizations. Fill Up Buttercup over on Victoria Street is hosting a big Earth Day festival with all the businesses in their area. There's a resident who has started Costa Mesa Cleanup on the River Trail once a month, and that's starting to flourish.
Those on the west side may know the new Songs in the Canyon event that's sort of growing. And actually one of the things that they're working on is they've had so much musical artist interest in that particular event that they're now reaching out to coffee shops to say, how can we create pop-up music events throughout the year, throughout the city? So I love seeing this flourish, and I really appreciate staff starting to think about how we can streamline and facilitate and remove barriers for these types of collaborations to happen. So thank you to everyone who's involved in that for bringing ideas to the table and for working on ways to let those opportunities grow. Thank you.
Thank you. From District 6, Councilmember Jeff Pettis.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. First thing, just a couple things real quick. First thing is an apology and an appreciation all in one. I want to apologize to District 6 constituents for missing the Brentwood grand opening, per se. I do want to say thank you to Jason Kamala for attending on my behalf. It was really important that I be there, but I had something I could not reschedule, but I know what a great job was done. I'm hearing from the constituents and how nice it looks. It's really cool to see that get done in my district, so thank you very much. Secondly, I would like to say a warm thank you to Chief LaPointe and company. Actually, my wife is on the board for the Newport Heights Elementary Foundation, and she asked me if I could get if I could twist some arms and get the police to donate something, and they donated a ride-along and for the silent auction, and actually brought $500 to the Newport Heights Elementary School, and I was super stoked about that. I mean, that was somebody's going to really enjoy that. And to me, when I see a public partner, private-public partnership raising money for the kiddos, it makes me happy. So thank you, Chief, and thank you, police. I appreciate you guys and everything you do. Thank you.
Thank you. From District 1, Councilmember Mike Bewley.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. Yeah, just a couple brief comments. I went to one of the Fairview Development Center open houses, and it was a great presentation, lots of information, great turnout. Kudos to the group that put that on. They went right into the belly of the beast. It was held over at Costa Mesa Country Club, the public golf course, and you've got a lot of exercise citizens over there concerned about what's going to happen with the rumors out there about a pathway through the golf course. But there were some public comments there, and I'm glad I went. You know, I come up here and I see staff out there doing these public outreaches, and you report back, and it's good to get out there and participate in it. But there was an observation that I made, and it was commented on by some of the members of the public, and it's an ask. I think as we're doing these public outreaches and as we're moving forward to get feedback from the public, there was pretty strong opinion expressed that we should do similar to a town hall. Similar like we did with the homeless town hall, where we got everybody together. We had some limited time to allow public to ask some questions and to speak. And I really think in the interest of transparency and the interest of putting a bow on this thing before we wrap up the public outreach, we should organize some sort of a town hall and allow members of the public to come in and vent if that's what they need to do, or to ask questions if that's what they need to do. But I think we owe it to the public. This is such a significant and such an important project. We should hold events where that happens. And then just pivot on to some of the graffiti comments tonight. I think my wife is the town expert on the 311 app, and when I don't have my phone and we're driving by something, she takes photos and gets them to my phone. And but along those same lines, I'm going to bypass the 311 app. I was over at Fairview Park, I wanted to say a couple nights ago, and my wife had been walking there a week earlier, and there's a 3-alarm fire of graffiti on the restrooms over there. And my wife was by there a week or so ago, and it was about a 1-alarm fire. And when we walked by about 2 days ago, the outside, the inside, it may be a full-day graffiti reparation event. And it's not just the restrooms. As we walked around, some of the marked signs and the trash cans and the benches. So I'd ask, that's such a major focus of this council and the city right now. We're beautifying the park, we're putting all that money into it. We should keep it free of graffiti. So bypassing 311, going straight to Raja on Public Works from the dais tonight. And that's all I've got for tonight.
Thank you, council member. Next is our Mayor Pro Tem from District 4, Manuel Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. Sorry, I feel a little under the weather, so I apologize in advance if I slip in and out of the meeting today. I have 3 kind of community updates, and then I have 2 follow-ups for public comment. The first is, since we last met in the last council meeting, there's been a lot of movement in my district. As you guys may know, there's a nonprofit called Bright Youth, and they historically meet in Shalimar Park. And it's kind of designed to be a place where the youth of Shalimar can see former Shalimar youth, who are now my age, provide them with services in like arts and programming. Since we've closed Shalimar Park to rebuild it, they've since moved to the Norma Herzog Center, utilizing the Fairview room for their activities. The past couple weeks, these students have been very blessed. Through partnerships with UC Irvine, they've had a university professor of business teach them how to advocate and create startups. So this last week, they had a chance to present their ideas and get prizes. I mentioned this to, one, give kudos to Bright Youth for finding these amazing ideas to teach kids entrepreneurship and self-advocacy, but also to remind folks that there really is uplifting stuff having all over Costa Mesa. We heard a little bit from Someone Cares Soup Kitchen about the work they do. A lot of the work they do is more than just one program we may know about. And throughout Costa Mesa, there's countless of people putting in their time and effort to support those that need support. So I want to give kudos to Bright Youth for giving the opportunity for the students in Shalimar. Second, I had the pleasure of going to Brentwood Park, and my goodness, was it the best ribbon cutting I've ever seen in my entire life. There was like maybe 8 times number of students and youth than adults. The mayor was very, very concise with his comments because, as he said in that meeting, you must know your audience, and their span is probably max 2 minutes. But it was really a joy to see the community park come together. I know it's been a long time coming. There have been multiple council iterations to push forward this park. And I feel very proud because I remember sitting on this very dais when a prior city employee was texting me saying that I should not be prioritizing this park because it would hinder my parks in my district. Let it be very clear. We want everyone to have good parks. Delaying a park by a month to have someone else have a park they've been waiting on for 15 years is no big deal. And I want to share that with everyone because a lot of times it's easy to pit us against others. Oh, if you get that, I can't have this. That's not how things work. And I think in a community as diverse as Costa Mesa, it's really important that we recognize that sometimes getting something done means something we want to have prioritized gets to wait a little bit longer on the back burner. Because at the end of the day, what I saw was worth it. I saw a multitude of community members, a multitude of kids get to experience a brand new park. And I can't wait for the parks in my district to be completed because they are on track. And I just thought it would be a thing to share with everyone. And finally, just to round out the upcoming events, tomorrow we do have the Rove unveiling. Unfortunately, I will have to miss it due to work, but it's just super exciting to see this project come to completion. I mentioned multiple times how it's really difficult for folks that rent to make a transition to go to EV vehicles because we don't have the luxury of being able to install an EV charging station in our apartments. So having this Rove Center be in central Costa Mesa, near Adams, on Harbor, it's going to do a great deal of benefit for renters who want to make the pivot to an EV vehicle. And as we see the state of the world and oil prices rising up and up, it's going to become more and more helpful to have more of these stations in Costa Mesa. So thank you to Rove for your very patient and hard work. I wish I could have been there tomorrow, but I'm happy you're joining our city in Costa Mesa. And finally, just two quick hits from the public comments. First, thank you, Ms. Bedoni, good seeing you again, for mentioning the sign policy. I do recall we enacted this after a very testy council meeting, and it was done because we were fearful that we have more of those types of meetings. And I know they have not come to fruition, thankfully. So I'm very open to having a conversation about that policy. It's not often folks bring signs, but if there's a concern we have, let's talk about it in the public and pick a good policy so the public feels that we've heard their concerns. Because I don't think the intention is to make anyone feel that we don't want to hear their voices or see their signs. And finally, to Ms. Trejo, si me puedes mandar los nombres de las personas. El alcalde quiere acabar la junta en su honor. Quickly, I thank Juana Trejo for speaking today and asked her to send me the names of the people she's mentioned in her comments so that the mayor can adjourn the meeting in their honors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So I have a few things, but they'll be quick. So we have a fun event planned for Sunday, April 12th, from 10 to 1. It's called Cruise the Loop, and it's in Councilmember Bewley's district, District 1. It starts at Baker Street and goes on East Mesa Verde Drive all the way to Mesa Verde Plaza, over where Deli Nerds is and where I get my dry cleaning. There's all kinds of fun stuff happening. For the first 50 kids that come, they get a free bike helmet. There's going to be bike safety rodeos, a lot of fun stuff. I think face painting, things that live music, carnival games, stuff like that. We're also testing out. It's a collaboration between the city of Costa Mesa and OCTA. And we're testing out some different configurations of Mesa Verde Drive to see if we can accommodate more safe biking and reduce the speeds a bit. So that's the purpose of that. So that's 10 to 1. This is in no particular order. Bill Turpett talked about the money set aside for the lake pump. I do remember that, and that in past years has been a much more of a complaint. But if we haven't fixed that pump and we set aside the money, I do think that that's a reasonable thing to do because there have been a lot of mosquitoes over there in the past. Not as much the last couple of years, at least we haven't gotten the complaints, but it's important since we have the money set aside that we move forward with that. So I'd like to see that come up in our budget discussions going forward. Can't read my own writing. What is it? Kara Stewart was speaking about some stuff over at Mesa Del Mar, and I do notice, because I drive by that all the time, that's one of the places I go to Fairview, make a left turn, and on that wall, there's 2 different shades of paint. And so if we could match that paint, that'd be good. I'm sure that the darker brown is covering some graffiti, but then all you do is get a darker brown. So if we can do something about that, that'd be awesome. And then, absolutely to what Councilmember Gamero said about his district, the concern about somebody who is potentially endangering others around Baker and Randolph. That's something that I'm sure that the PD and the chief and the deputy chief heard that, and they'll follow up. With respect to Brentwood Park, yes, absolutely. That was, I think, one of the best ribbon cuttings that we've ever had. It was very vibrant with all the kids. Thank you to all the advocates that brought that forward. Thank you to our Public Works and our Parks Department and to the council for moving that project forward. And the Mayor Pro Tem was right. I was uncharacteristically brief in my remarks at that event, and I think it had something to do with the 200 kids that were about ready to run me over if I didn't keep it brief. So if you ever want to shut me up, that's a way to do it. And as to Juana, thank you for sharing that. I feel so bad for that family. And as Manuel said, we will adjourn the meeting in honor and memory of the family who died under those circumstances. I really feel bad about that, and thank you for bringing it to our attention. So with that, let's go to the city manager, Cecilia Gallardo Daly, for her report.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I have a few quick announcements. First of all, the City of Costa Mesa's Earth Day and Arbor Day Festival is less than 2 weeks away. On Saturday, April 18th, we'll hold the 5th Annual Earth Day event from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. here at City Hall. The Earth Day festivities will include games, composting, free compost, booths with environmentally friendly information from our local partners, and the planting of flowers. This year, we're combining Earth Day with an Arbor Day tree planting event that will start at 9 a.m. at Wilson Park. And then lastly, I am pleased to announce that the city's free on-demand rideshare service, Let's Go Costa Mesa, has expanded its service area, making it even easier to get free rides to medical appointments. For seniors or anyone who needs extra support, the service is ADA accessible with a built-in wheelchair lift. So to use the service, you can download the Ride Circuit app to your smartphone, or you can call 949-828-2065 to schedule your ride. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next is our city attorney, Ms. Hall Barlow. Do you have a report?
I do not have anything to report this evening, Mr. Mayor.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Moving on to the consent calendar. It should be, they're considered to be routine and will be acted upon in one motion unless somebody from the public or the staff or the council pulls an item. Madam Clerk, have any items been pulled from the consent calendar?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll, motion on the consent calendar, please.
Move the balance.
Oh, move the whole thing, right?
Or
Okay,
the whole thing.
I'll second it.
Everything's on balance.
Yeah.
I guess.
All right, we're moving the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Reynolds and second by me. Let's call for the question.
Mayor, please. Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. And it is 7:02, so we're good to go for our first item, which is public hearing item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
Thank you. This is introduction of an ordinance entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Chapter 3 of Title 15 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code relating to drainage and making findings of exemption under California Environmental Quality Act. Also a resolution of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, accepting the storm drainage impact fee nexus study and adopting the Santa Ana watershed and Newport Bay watershed storm drainage impact fees for development in the City of Costa Mesa, adopting a capital improvement plan as part of the nexus study, and establishing the fee amounts and making findings of exemption pursuant to CEQA. Presentation by Mr. Sethuram and Public Works Director.
Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, our consultant from Harris Associates, Adam Marston, will make the presentation. Following that, if there are any questions, of course, Sung Yang, our city engineer, and I, and the consultant will be here to answer any questions. With that, Mr. Marston.
You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. As the Director of Public Works mentioned, my name is Adam Marston. I am the project manager with Harrison Associates, who was the consultant preparing the Nexus study for the storm drainage impact fees for the City of Costa Mesa. Before we dive into kind of the discussion, I want to preface kind of the agenda. We'll start talking about some of the background and how we got here today. I'll talk about development impact fees in general, some of the legal requirements that we have to get to. Then we'll talk about each of the watersheds, so the Santa Ana watershed and the Newport Bay watershed. Then we'll talk about some specific scenarios of what projects these fees would apply to in the City of Costa Mesa. And ultimately, we'll circle back with a recommendation. So for some background and history, the last version of the Storm Drainage Master Plan was adopted in 2006. The city began an update to that master plan in 2023, which were the first phase of that, which was adopted by City Council on October 15th of 2024, which was 2 reports, an ECAR, which is an existing conditions assessment report, which looked at all of the city's existing storm drainage conditions, and a proposed drainage and water quality improvements, which recommended necessary future improvements to improve storm drainage runoff and water quality throughout the city. That ECAR analysis and the proposed improvements ranked and identified approximately $100 million in storm drainage improvements throughout the city. This is now phase 2, which takes those improvements recommended from that study and actually applies and calculates a storm drainage impact fee nexus study in compliance with the California Government Code and establishes that capital improvement program to provide funding for those improvements. So a little bit about development impact fees. They're fees that are imposed by a local government on new development or significant redevelopment projects to ensure that public services and infrastructure are sufficient to serve that new development that is being proposed. The governing legislation behind this is the Mitigation Fee Act, or Assembly Bill 1600, which is codified as California Government Code Section 66,000. Development impact fees, as I mentioned, are only on new development and significant redevelopment to offset their fair share of the improvements that they necessitate. You can only charge them the costs that are attributable to their projects, and they can only fund capital costs. We cannot fund existing deficiencies, ongoing maintenance, or salaries. And the funds have to be used for the projects for which they were intended. This legislation was significantly amended in July of 2022, which encouraged jurisdictions to collect these fees for residential housing projects on a per square foot basis, but you can remain on a per acre, per unit basis if you make additional findings as to why a per square foot fee is not appropriate for that instance. You have to identify the existing and proposed level of service and include an explanation of why the level of service is necessary. Requires that jurisdictions include a capital improvement plan and adopt it as part of the Nexus study, and this study has to be updated at a minimum of every 8 years. So the purpose of the Nexus study itself is to provide the partial funding for the facilities identified in the Storm Drainage Master Plan, satisfy all of the legal requirements of AB 1600 and AB 602, and provide the technical analysis to support the adoption of the updated fees. We have made the additional findings required to collect the fees on a per acre basis, as it is a more appropriate mechanism for residential projects for storm drainage. And the fees, if adopted, will become effective 60 days after the City Council's final action, establishing and authorizing the collection of those fees. The city currently collects storm drainage fees in 2 different manners. This first that you see in front of you here is a city-wide fee that is applicable regardless of where you are in the city. It's based on a per acre basis depending on what land use the development project is. In addition to the city-wide fee, there are sub-watersheds that were adopted as part of the 2006 study that vary based on the number of improvements that are in that sub-watershed. Some of the major changes to the fee program that we've made are breaking the storm drainage fee into 2 distinct drainage basins based on where the water ultimately drains to, whether or not that's the Santa Ana River or the Newport Bay. And it eliminates the collection of the subzone watershed fees, so you won't have all those different zones anymore. You now just have 2. It evaluates the existing and future land uses to determine what the net increase in impervious area is, so the amount of land area that does not allow water to penetrate into the ground and go into the groundwater table. It updates the planned projects and cost assessments based on the 2024 Storm Drainage Master Plan prepared by Q3 and adopted by City Council in October of 2024. And it complies with all the current legislative requirements, including Assembly Bill 602. Both watersheds were calculated using the system plan methodology, which is one of the 3 accepted methodologies for calculating development impact fees in the state of California. It is an integrated approach that allocates costs to establishing of existing facilities and the cost of new facilities. That way, new developments paying for their fair share of future improvements, but also paying for the capacity they're using in the improvements the city has already provided. So in this table in front of you, you'll see that we've looked at all of the future projects that are derived from the Stormwater Master Plan, totaling approximately $47.5 million in future improvements. We've added that to the existing $155.5 million of existing pipes and drainage facilities within the Santa Ana watershed for a total system valuation at build out of the current general plan at just over $203 million. When we divide that based on the total impervious area at build out of the general plan of just under 2,000 impervious acres, it yields a maximum justifiable fee per impervious acre of $104,580. That fee per impervious acre is then spread to each of the land use based on their impervious factor, which was consistent with the 2006 study as well as in Q3's hydraulic model. And it varies from 0.5 for low density residential all the way up to 0.8 for high density residential, and then non-residential land uses of commercial and industrial are 0.9. So in that case, that means when we look at 0.9, it's 90% of that lot is impervious and does not allow water to flow into the ground. So that fee per impervious acre is multiplied by that impervious factor to yield a fee per acre. And then we have a 5% administrative fee to cover staff's time to administer the program, do the annual reporting requirements, provide fee estimates to development projects, and that totals the total fee per acre. This is the fee per acre for vacant land. We're going to go through some scenarios of what it looks like for redevelopment, because that fee is not this full amount. It varies depending on the development situation. Applying this to all of the anticipated development in the Santa Ana watershed yields a revenue of approximately $12.1 million, which is roughly 26% of the necessary improvements identified in the Stormwater Master Plan. The remaining $35.2 million would come from other city funding sources, grants, or other funding sources outside of the fee program. The calculation methodology is identical for the Newport Bay watershed. The only difference here is we're looking at a different set of improvements that are necessary, as well as existing improvements that exist to serve this watershed, and we're looking at land uses specific to this boundary. That boundary for Newport Bay is the green area. Santa Ana is the yellow area in the map that you see here. For future improvements, we're looking at just under $65 million of improvements for the Newport Bay watershed. We add that to the $157 million of existing pipes and drainage facilities to yield a total system value for the Newport Bay watershed of just over $222 million, divided by the anticipated impervious acres that build out of the general plan of 2,453, yields a maximum justifiable fee for the Newport Bay watershed of $90,490. Using the exact same impervious factors as the Santa Ana watershed, we calculate the fee per acre for each land use, adding the same 5% administration fee to administer the fee program. And again, this is for vacant land. We'll discuss some scenarios after we finish the revenue collection for Newport Bay. Based on those maximum justifiable fees, the total revenue anticipated to be collected from the Newport Bay watershed is $24.6 million, which represents approximately $38 million of the total facilities to be funded in the Newport Bay watershed. The other $40.1 million represents existing development's fair share of those improvements and would come from other funding sources outside the fee program. Some of those funding alternatives for the city share is either a storm drainage benefit assessment, grant funding, a county tax measure, general fund dollars, or other funding sources that the city identifies. So then we look at who actually pays the fees. So the column as we go down on the left is the current land use. The columns going to the right is the future land use. So you'll notice as we go from any vacant land that is developing is going to pay a fee to offset their increase in impervious area. And then as we continue to go down, if you're a low density residential property, I apologize, and you're saying as a single family low density property, if you're under the impervious threshold of 50%, you don't pay a fee. You only pay a fee once you exceed that 50% threshold, and it's a prorated fee for that excess above 50%. That continues for medium density and high density, but if you're a high density or medium density and you're going to low density, you're decreasing your impervious area, so there is no fee to be paid. Similarly, if you're a non-residential land use redeveloping to a residential land use, there is no fee to be paid because the non-residential land uses have more impervious area than the residential. And that has historically been the redevelopment conversion within the city, which is from industrial land uses to a residential land use. So those projects would not pay a storm drainage fee. how this actually looks as we apply numbers and dollars to this is we have a couple of fee scenarios. So this is a low-density residential expansion. So it's a homeowner of a home in the Newport Bay watershed who wants to add an additional bedroom and restroom to their homes. They're adding 800 square feet approximately. The parcel is 8,700 square feet or 0.2 acres. And that, as we look here, they're currently under their current existing conditions at that 50% threshold, so there would be a fee because they're exceeding that with this expansion, but that fee is only for 0.018 acres, so 0.018 times the $95,000 fee results in a storm drainage fee that they would pay of approximately $1,700 for that expansion. Our second scenario is an identical situation in the Santa Ana watershed. The only difference is the fact that this 800 square foot expansion, their existing conditions is only 40%. So this 800 square foot expansion leaves them under the 50% threshold. And because they are under that 50% threshold, there is no fee to be paid because they are still under that threshold. Our third scenario looks at a industrial building that is being torn down and redeveloped into a medium density residential housing development. The existing impervious percentage is 91%, which is above the 0.90 for industrial. The new proposed impervious is 0.70 because it's a reduction in impervious area. There's no fee to be paid here because we're allowing water to soak into the ground and recharge at that point, and then we're not having runoff into the ultimate outfalls. Our fourth scenario looks at a single-family residential property on approximately ½ an acre, which is being demolished and redeveloping to high-density apartments on that same ½ acre. Based on this, that ½ acre fee, you just pay the difference between the two land uses. So the fee for that acre of single family is $54,000. The fee for acre for high density is $87,000. So the net storm drainage fee per acre, so the difference between those two is $32,000. It's a ½ acre, so we divide that by 2. So the fee that they would pay for this development project is $16,400. Our fifth scenario is just a raw acre of land, so it's a ½ acre. There was nothing there before. Now we're developing it into high-density residential, so it would simply be the fee in the Santa Ana watershed per acre of high-density residential times the acreage of the property, which is 0.5. So the fee that they would pay is $43,924. So with our schedule, once we completed the analysis and the calculations, we had stakeholder meetings with the city, South Coast Metro, Costa Mesa Chamber of Commerce, and the Sakioka property. The city also met with the Building Industry Association in November of 2025. In January, the city met with the Segerstroms. We are at the public hearing tonight, and then if council were to adopt these fees going forward, 60 days after that final action, they would become effective in June of this year.
Thank you, Adam, for that comprehensive presentation. So city staff is recommending that the city council adopt the 2026 storm drainage impact fee nexus study as the final component of the 2024 storm drain system master plan update. And in addition to that, adopt the storm drain capital improvement plan. Also adopt resolution 2026, the one next in line for the updated development impact fees for storm drainage, which is in compliance to California laws such as AB 1600. Introduce the first reading by title only of the ordinance number 26-XX, amending Chapter 3 of the Title 15 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code. And lastly, authorize staff to implement the updated fees 60 days after adoption in compliance with AB 1600. So that concludes staff's presentation, and we are here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Any questions, council? No?
Yeah, I've got a couple. Oh,
You say yep? You said yes, Mike? Go ahead. I'm sorry, Councilmember Bewley?
yeah, mine are going to be brief. This was just educational for me tonight. First, so impervious, you're taking grass, vacant, barren land, and when you say impervious, you're putting a cement slab or something on it that's a barrier preventing natural rain, natural runoff to percolate.
Exactly, and for that reason, that's why we are charging on a per acre, not a per square foot for residential, because as you build up and add more square footage, you're not necessarily increasing your impervious.
Okay. And that was going to be my next question. I was asking what were the considerations on why you would go per acre versus per foot? And I guess if you could say that again.
So as you add additional square footage, say, for example, someone adds a second story or an accessory dwelling unit above their garage or adds and builds up, you're not increasing your impervious surface. That impervious surface that's blocking groundwater from infiltrating is the same. So it would be unfair to charge on a per square foot basis because you're not necessarily increasing your impact.
And so the focus here is the footprint.
Correct.
And then the focus of what we're dealing with tonight's got nothing to do with sanitation or removing waste from the development or whatnot. This is just storm drains and runoff.
Correct. This is simply rainwater and storm drainage.
All right, that's all I had.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. The impervious acres at build out, help me understand how you got those total numbers. Is that's anticipated net increase in impervious acres? Can you just provide a little
Correct.
context?
So the analysis looked at the city's existing conditions from a zoning standpoint, from what those existing uses are on those lands, and then the future condition looked at the general plan and applied those impervious factors to the general plan, which also incorporated the housing element, opportunity sites, to account for what that anticipated build out would be if the general plan was fully built out. So, and then it just took the difference between those two impervious acres for each watershed.
Got it. Okay, so you're making, I mean, you have to, but making some like assumptions based on the land use type and the percentage of lot that's going to be impervious versus otherwise, right?
Correct, and that land use is identical to the analysis that Q3 used in their hydraulic model to determine what improvements were necessary to serve those land uses.
Okay, okay. And totally lost my train of thought on that one. Okay, I'm just going to jump to another question. The increase, right? What that fee is today versus what we're proposing it is a pretty big increase. I understand we haven't done the study for almost 20 years. We've had a lot of those scenarios here, but can you give us a sense of how the proposed fee that you have in front of us today compares to other cities that maybe are up to date?
It's a great question, and it's a hard comparison because each jurisdiction has different storm drainage needs. They have utilize different funding sources. Some may supplement more from a general fund standpoint. Some may use an impact fee. Some may use community facilities districts. Some may use a property tax to fund some of these. In terms of what we see in Orange County, it's definitely on the higher end. We are seeing that jurisdictions in Los Angeles County, particularly other beach communities, are adopting a fee that is around this level. Particularly, I can speak, we adopted a fee similarly in Manhattan Beach that was actually higher than this last month. So there are jurisdictions that are going through this process. Again, they have different needs, and your nexus study is very specific to your city in order to comply with the legal requirements. But in terms of other Orange County jurisdictions, it's on the higher end.
Okay. And you have this chart, I forget which, it was sort of this matrix to say, hey, if you're actually going from this land use to this land use, there would be no fee applied. Is that a black and white rule, or is that just sort of what you expect in terms of the change of usage? So like, is it possible that going from industrial to residential actually does have a net increase in impervious acreage, but because of the land use, we're just gonna say no fee?
It is possible. There is other things in the ordinance and other things that we've changed for an appeals process, or for if it doesn't apply to a specific project, the city can reevaluate that fee on a specific land use. So if something falls, that we have a type of land use that doesn't necessarily fall under one of these categories, it can be a separate independent calculation.
So is the calculation strictly the delta in impervious acreage?
Correct,
Yes,
and it's the delta of.
And so this chart is not necessarily accurate what we're looking at, and I'm not saying that to criticize. I'm just saying this to understand, right? That's what we expect, but the actual calculation will be based on the net change in acreage, or how the land is actually planned.
This calculation, each land use is assigned an impervious factor in the model itself. So that model, in this case, in the way that the ordinance and resolution is written, if you are industrial going to a residential land use, there would not be a fee. That, as a hard and fast rule. That would be a strict line. If you're going from a non-residential to a residential, you wouldn't pay a fee.
Okay. Okay, and that's helpful because we're trying to incentivize residential development. So that's really what I'm interested in, is what barriers we're putting up to that. Okay. A parallel I'm familiar with is, of course, our traffic fee or traffic impact fee. And in that, we do have a sort of an opportunity to reduce your fee if you contribute to certain developments. Was there any discussion about, like, hey, if you do more water capture on your site or some other kind of, water capture measure, you can reduce your fee? Was there any discussion or consideration of that?
There is language in the ordinance itself that talks about credits and reimbursements for building. If a developer builds portions of the necessary infrastructure, that they would get credit against their fee. So that way they would build infrastructure rather than paying a fee. In terms of would there be a credit for anything on site, there is that appeals process as to does it make sense for the fee that they're being charged, but in the Nexus study itself, it does not analyze those individual case scenarios.
Okay. Okay. And I think you said this in your report. I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly. So you did have basically give this presentation to some of the landowners who would be most impacted because they have totally pervious land. I don't know what the right word. And they said the fee seems reasonable.
We did not get any hard pushback on the fee itself. We did have a discussion as to the methodology was calculated, what was assumed, and going through this exact presentation that they understood the necessity for a fee.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the council? No? Let's open it up to the public. You have to yield your spot there. David, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Martinez, speaking just on behalf of myself. I'm, to be quite honest, not the biggest fan of this proposal. Setting impact fees on new development, no matter what that new development is going to disincentivize the new development. Furthermore, this proposal will not fully fund the storm drain master plan as we need it. We have $100 million worth of improvements that we need to be doing to upgrade our storm drains to the level that is in the master plan. And this doesn't get us there. I think for one of these watersheds, it barely gets us to 25% of the way. I think that we should be looking at how else could we actually fully fund the improvements that are needed to improve our storm drains. One alternative method is to adopt something like what LA County has done. Their Measure W has a different pathway that, if adopted here, by my very rough calculations, could result in us fully funding our needed improvements within about 30 years. Meanwhile, this proposal would never fully fund it. I think this plan, this current proposal, also introduces a lot of complexities to the development process. For every single development that goes through development services, we're going to have to calculate the impervious surface area, whether it's above the impervious land use factor, which differs based on if it's low, medium, high, or commercial or industrial, low, medium, high residential. And then we're going to have to calculate the acreage, which means dividing by 43,560, and then applying the different kinds of fee based on where it is on the map. And we're going to have to do that for every single development that passes through our city, which is going to be very complicated and time-consuming. So I think that we should look into an alternative method. And if you don't, and I get that this is a bit last minute, I would encourage the council to say, let's come back in 2 years, see what's happened and see where we are, see if this is even generating any impact fees, and then perhaps go forward from there in 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yes, sir.
I'm just hearing about this for the first time, but if I understood correctly, I'd find it surprising that there's a hard and fast rule that is based only on acreage and the amount of new impervious ground cover without allowing in the ordinance a site-specific consideration of mitigation measures. If a person is redeveloping, why can't you allow them the opportunity to recharge that water through, we have a variety of techniques to put water in the ground. So you can collect it from an impervious area, rooftop, parking lot, and you can actually put it into like a infiltration gallery. And it seems like if you don't have that in this process and you have to force the landowner to apply for a variance or petition, it kind of defeats the purpose, because pretty soon the cost of that application of that variance outweighs the permit fee. And I don't think that's fundamentally fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
We'll close public comment. So before we take a motion, I just wanted to follow up on Mr. Martinez's question. How are we going to pay for it? It's not going to all come from this. So how are we going to pay for the improvements we need?
So, Mr. Mayor, it's a combination of different funding sources that go into play. Drainage fund, which is the drainage fees that's collected, is one source, but we have to rely on either grant funding or whether appropriations from our state, federal, governments, or as Mr. Martin has talked about, Measure W with LA County. I know Orange County is talking about it, but it's very hard to get such a measure approved through our county, but I know they're talking about it. Not sure how much it's going to generate. I don't think it's going to be at the level of what LA County does, but anything would help.
How does Measure W work?
So it's similar to Measure M2. So it's a sales tax measure that is used to fund storm drain improvements throughout the county.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody wish to make a motion on this? Or have further questions if you have? Yes, go ahead. Oh, did you want to make a motion, or do you want to?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
First. So for the consultant, so what is your response to that last comment about ways in which we can, I think when I met with you separately, this was one of my questions about, there are people who choose to put in permeable parking lots. There is technology available for water reclamation on site. We've got some great examples in the city along Arlington and the Bayou Swale, for example. Is there a mechanism that you've seen used in other places that would encourage that, or exemption from fees is like our only tool in our toolbox?
Most jurisdictions would have an appeal process itself. So you establish the fees, which applies across the board, and then you have an appeals process that goes through that, and that process doesn't necessarily need to be complicated. They can submit as they're going through their plan check application or their building application and show proof that, yes, I'm building a retail space, but I'm actually only generating 50% impervious because of my on-site reclamation and other factors to reduce that number. And therefore, yeah, we were previously a single-family home, now we're retail, we have the same impact, and the city could waive that fee.
And Director Tai, from a planning perspective, do you have any challenges with that as an approach? Like, 'cause that would come through planning and be part of the permit process, right? It seems like we're making it harder if we like make them ask for a deviation as opposed to putting it into the code from the start.
Yeah, thank you for that question, Councilmember Amar. I think any waiver process or exception process would have to be part of the ordinance as defined, so it couldn't be a, an unlimited kind of number of situations or circumstances. So if there were a defined process for projects that included a certain percentage of permeable surfaces, for example, and that process were defined, then we would have a path forward in the cases where projects included that feature.
If I can add to that, so we did coordinate throughout the process. We have Dan and Lewis to work on the TESA part of it, how this can be implemented. But with respect to the waivers and with respect to those kind of reviews, we already do that for traffic impact fees right now. I mean, there are many projects that come and say, we are not exactly how you calculate based on your trip generation book or whatever. And there are, they make their case as to why they're different. And we do consider those things on a case-by-case basis. For a lot of the projects, it works through with normal way of doing things, but we do, somebody has a business called, like a doggy daycare, and it's not in a book, and we have to adjust for that.
Yeah. If I may, yes, there is an appeal process included in the draft ordinance that's before you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm also thinking about, and sorry, Councilmember Bewley, you wanted the mic, and I'm just.
Exact line of question.
Okay, all right, good. I just realized I was totally. I'm also wondering from an engineering perspective, are we treating a permeable parking lot differently than a bioswale? Like, should we be further incentivizing some instances of permeability?
So there are many ways to mitigate impacts. And again, we have to measure against how much they're reducing the storm drain impact on the system. And that can be measured based on the type of improvement they propose. So it varies, and the credit would be appropriately assessed based on that.
Okay, I yield, finally.
Good. Okay. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I will. I'm scrolling to the exemption part, so I can see if there's anything I should say in my motion. But if somebody's ready before me, go for it.
Well, I'll ask another question, maybe buy you some time, but I'm trying to understand this. So I'm in the credits, reimbursements, reductions section. Councilmember Mar, if that's where you're looking, it's page 7 of 10 of the attachment 3. So I see where we say a developer may be allowed a reduction of fees, blah, 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 blah. So I think that's addressing what we were just discussing. But then item C here says no refund or payment shall be due to an applicant in the event that the impervious coefficient of the future land use as identified in the master plan is less than the impervious coefficient of the existing land use. So help me understand that. I'm not. So I'm reading that as it's possible that even if you do this wonderful on-site water capture, whatever, your whole site's, well, I'm reading that there's stuff independent of your development just based on these land use coefficients that could affect whether you get any kind of exception. Help me understand that item.
So that specific amount is, for example, if you're going in your currently a industrial property and you're redeveloping to a subdivision of single family homes, the city's not going to then write a check to that developer for the difference in impervious surface. So that's what that statement is specifically for. It's not for credit for someone doing on-site improvements to reduce their coefficient. That's just the statement that the city is not going to reimburse someone for reducing their drainage.
Or increasing permeable
Correct.
space. I see. Okay. Then that's not preventing the opportunity for somebody to get a reduction in fees as noted in item B if they
Correct.
do one of these extended measures.
Correct. It's really a statement more of the fact that if you get your fee reduced to 0 and you do more, the city's not going to then write a check for the difference.
Okay. And Director Sethuraman, you were talking about how we go through the process for reduced fees for traffic impact. Your understanding is we could use a similar process here?
That's correct.
Okay, with no language changes needed in the ordinance?
Yeah.
Okay. But that ordinance does say like up to 10% reduction. This is kind of open to interpretation based on some judgment of the value of whatever they're planning to do. Which like,
I don't think it's the value of what they're planning to do. It's the reduction in impervious surface. So if what they.
a calculation will be made related to the added permeability that they're.
Exactly.
Okay, got it. Yeah, okay. All right,
Wait.
that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yep.
I jump in
No,
here
one
though.
Are you still have?
Yeah,
you
no,
still have the
that's fine.
floor.
Go
Are you
ahead.
good? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
City Attorney, to be clear, the process outlined in the appeals section requires a city council meeting and 60 days to in which an appeal is filed. So I'll go ahead and make a motion unless anybody else wants to talk.
Go ahead. Excuse me, Mike, council member, you need to have your mic on so the public can hear you.
I'm waiting to hear the motion, but I think I'm aligned if it's going in the direction of this appeal process is a little onerous, but
All right, I hear a second in your future. Go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to approve the staff recommendation with the following change. Under 15-75 appeals, I'd like to add an option C if a fee adjustment is based on a substantial showing of evidence based on the additional of impact of permeability, so either permeable surfaces or bioswales in particular. That process, that change to the fee adjustment shall be approved at the director level. Everyone's nodding, so that seems amenable to staff. With Mike? Do you want to turn your mic on a second?
I was pressing second motion. I thought it was good enough, but yeah, I would second.
Push the motion part.
Oh. Now I hit second. Okay.
Okay, do you wish to speak to that? You want to speak to that?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Council member, Buell, you want to speak?
No, that was my only concern. I think it was a nice point raised by the public tonight, and I think it was addressed in real time. So I'm glad you were here tonight, if that's not you were here to speak about. And I'm glad to second that motion, because I think that's a reasonable accommodation.
Good. All right, so do I. Anybody else wish to talk about the motion? Councilmember Reynolds.
I don't know if this needs to be part of the motion. We'll have a second reading, but I do support, invite you to include in your motion, sort of bringing this back in a couple years as part of a look at all of our adjusted fees and impact on development.
Yeah, we would do that on a regular cycle. Do we not do that on a regular cycle?
We're required for impact fees to do a nexus study every 5 years, but we can certainly bring it back to you for a look-see before that.
Okay, let's get a snapshot in 3 years.
All right.
Thank you.
Does the second concur with that? Okay. All right, let's call for the question.
Councilmember Reynolds, please. Motion carries 7-0.
All right, well done. We're moving on to old business item number 1.
This is adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 23 of Title 9, Licenses and Business Regulations of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code for consistency with amendments to Chapter 16 of Title 13, In addition, adoption of an ordinance entitled, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, amending Article 2 and Article 3, Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 11, Chapter 5, Article 1, Chapter 6, Article 8, Chapter 9, Article 15, Chapter 9, Article 18, Chapter 9, Article 3, Chapter 12, Chapter 15, and Chapter 16 of Title 13 of the Costa Mesa Municipal Code to rezone six-cycle housing element sites and implement housing element programs to comply with state law and make related revisions to the zoning code, and also adopting a resolution of the City Council of the City of Costa Mesa, California, establishing and adopting fees for development of housing projects.
That's easy for you to say. So are you done?
Yes.
All right, good stuff. Who's going to present to us?
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I'm Melinda Dacey, the Principal Planner with Economic and Development Services Department. I am presenting on behalf of Michelle Halligan, Senior Planner. With me this evening, I have Anna McGill, Advanced Planning Manager, and Carrie Tai, Economic and Development Services Director. So as a recap, the City Council received an introduction to the ordinances and a resolution on March 17th, 2026. At that meeting, the City Council had moved to adopt the ordinances with some minor modifications to the ordinance. As for reference, the council made motion to include non-substantive amendments with the PC recommendations that will be shown on a later slide to exclude 17 housing element sites, which includes an 18th site for the Hive Live project, which also included a recommendation to remove minimum residential parking requirements and to have more flexibility in the open space standards. The City Council had also discussed the draft fee for review of housing development applications, which will be discussed a little bit later this evening. So as a reminder, the zoning code amendments that were presented on March 17th are listed here on the screen. Most of the amendments are implementing housing element programs that are consistent with state law, remove regulatory barriers, streamline reviews for housing development projects, and also reduce residential parking requirements for multifamily homes, consistent updates with state law regarding bedroom additions for single-family homes. And then we are also making amendments to the terminology for the transportation system management for applications, and we're doing amendments to the group homes and consistency updates to Title IX in relation to those amendments to the group homes. So at the March 17th meeting, the City Council motioned to add the language for the exceptions identified on the screen. Those are included within the staff report. At the March 17th meeting as well, the City Council requested that the minimum parking standards be removed. So point of clarification, the staff report included the minimum off-street parking requirements at 0.25 for guest parking spaces. Staff has subsequently sent a memorandum on April 3rd addressing an update to that section to specify no minimums. In addition, there has been an update to the open space standards in the staff report. The open space had noted a 50% threshold for the modification to the open space standards. However, based on a relook at the City Council's motion as identified in the April 3rd memorandum, the open space has been amended to be any portion of the identified open space. And with that, we'll move on to the housing development review fees. So at the March 17th meeting, staff presented the fees on the screen. The fees are establishing a 100% cost recovery for the estimated staff time in reviewing housing development projects in relation to the residential housing units that are identified on the application screen. In addition, the cost recovery for development review is also proposed for 50 or more units. That is a minimum deposit. If staff utilizes that full amount, then additional deposits will be required. On the March 17th meeting, the city council did motion to recommend approval for the fees that are shown on the screen. And with that, that concludes staff's presentation. We recommend that the city council find that the actions before you this evening are statutorily exempt per the California Environmental Quality Act. Staff recommends that the city council adopt the ordinance for Title 13 as presented in the staff report or as amended and presented this evening and identified in the April 3rd memorandum, as well as adopting the ordinance for Title IX amendments for consistency with the amendments to Title 13, and adopt the resolution establishing fees for housing development projects. And this concludes staff's presentation. We're available to answer any questions.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we covered this last time, but does the council have any questions on second reading? No? Oh, okay. Go ahead. Councilmember Bewley.
And this happened very late in the evening on the 17th, and when we get to vote on this, I'll have some other comments, but just to clarify a couple questions. If we go to page 9, where we decided to go to no minimums on parking, I think I was asleep during that particular discussion. Can you tell me what would be the minimums? So we're down to no minimum. If I were to look at this chart, how would I fill in the grid as to what would have been the minimums absent what we were required to do to meet our housing element requirements?
So the studio or one-bedroom unit was 1 parking space as a minimum, and 2 or more was 1.5 or 2 parking spaces per 2 or more units.
Okay, and then on the minimum off-street guest parking requirements?
It was 0.25 guest parking spaces.
Okay, for either the 1 bedroom or the 2 or more bedrooms?
Yes, it was for both.
Okay. Just needed that clarification. Those are all my questions.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's open it up to the public. Yes, Flo.
As an 11-year member of the Active Transportation Committee, and as a founding member and board member of the Costa Mesa Alliance for Better Streets, I 100% approve of no minimum parking. We need to get out of our cars and onto our feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Flo. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Speaking just on behalf of myself, yes, this is a great step towards improving housing availability in the city of Costa Mesa. Implementing our housing element programs is extremely important, and I'm very hopeful that we can actually get an approved housing element, certified housing element from the state, and this will move us towards doing that. And specific to the amendments that were approved by the council at the last meeting, I'm very appreciative of the city council wanting to encourage the development of more housing and increase the flexibility for developers to build more housing. Flexibility with regards to open space is very appreciated. And for the minimum parking requirements, I just want to remind the council of the point that I made at the previous meeting, which is that most housing element sites are already exempt from minimum parking requirements per state law. AB 2097 exempts almost all of our housing element sites. Only a few would still be covered if the council did not amend it, and it's very good that the council just removed it for all sites to improve the ability for a developer to build housing at our housing element sites, make it easier to build. We need more units to satisfy the housing crisis that we're all facing. So I thank the council for taking this initiative, even if it might seem like a relatively small step with the few amount of sites that it applies to, but it's a very important step. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Closed public comment. Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, I'll move staff recommendation with the, I guess, corrections or amendments, the red line amendments given to us in the addendum. Yeah.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Chavez. Do you wish to be heard on that motion?
Can I make a substitute motion? Is that what typically goes, or do we?
Well, let's, you can, but let's let her have her day in court on supporting her motion.
Yeah, I'll mention a few things. It was a late vote last time, so I don't remember how much time I spent on this topic talking about it. But I do want to clarify that no minimum requirements doesn't mean no parking. It doesn't mean you can't build parking. It's saying we're not going to require you to build a certain amount of parking. It's letting the developer decide what is appropriate for the market that they're trying to build for. So I've had this conversation with, I guess, every housing developer who's come to the city in the last 7 years, always asking them, what does the market need versus what we're asking you to do? And we're always asking them to do more than what the market needs. And that market's changing. We have a growing part of the population that does not use cars. The average cars per family is decreasing with e-bikes, yes, but also increase in work from home, and our aging population as well, fewer cars. So our senior housing complex, for example, we made them build a lot of parking. We ultimately dropped that down, but they had to go through a lot of work to get approvals to meet the parking requirements that they thought they needed. So this allows flexibility to really right-size the amount of parking for the target market for housing development. We talk a lot about affordable housing. This is one of the biggest levers that we have to reduce the cost of housing. Just period, right? If you don't have to use land for parking you don't need, that's more land you can use to build housing, possibly for seniors, for young people, again, who may not have cars. One of the other balances, by reducing mandated requirements, reducing the requirement to park more than you need, we're creating opportunities for other options. One of the unfortunate trade-offs that we've had to make, or developers have had to make in previous projects, is not creating communal open space on their lots because they're required to build parking that they admit that they don't expect that they need. So we can have better projects designed coming out of this process. And then actually just going back to our previous item, less mandated parking could mean less impervious acreage, which could also reduce fees. So another way we could reduce the cost of housing this way. Thanks.
Thank you. Well said. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, do you wish to be heard?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Stevens, and thank you, Councilman Reynolds, for making that good analysis of why this is a good policy. I'm just going to double down on a few portions of what you've already said, just to reiterate for the public. I'm someone that believes in the free market. When I look at housing in America, the cities that have solved this problem are quite frankly the cities and the states who have taken off the throttle of regulation and letting it grow. Austin has seen decrease in rent prices because they're building housing. A lot of the southern states have seen a decrease in rental prices because they're just moving forward and building housing. And one of the things we've seen time and time again in California is how expensive land is. That's a really cost-prohibitive thing to build more housing that we need. So to give a developer the option, if they deem fit for their property to have a few less parking spaces, that's really important because the free market should dictate what they need. Because at the end of the day, someone's not going to build too few parking because then no one will want to buy those units. No one will want to live in those units. So I think giving developers flexibility to let the market dictate how they build is super important. And again, just to reiterate Councilman Reynolds' point, I have seen firsthand in my old job at Save Our Youth how much the milestones have changed in America. Back in the day, everyone couldn't wait to turn 16 and to get a car because then you could drive and be free. Now we're seeing youth not get their license since they're 18 years old because they have e-bikes since they're 13 years old. And that is freedom. That frees up car spaces. And again, I believe in the free market, and I think developers know what they need for their products. And I think it's better in the long run that we don't handicap them with overregulation. When we see time and time again that the states and the cities that don't have regulation actually solve the housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you've both had said your piece. Councilmember Bewley, you wish to make a substitute motion?
Yeah, substitute motion. I would do a friendly amendment, but I don't think that would get very far. So I'll do a substitute motion, which is adopt everything that was said except for the no minimum requirements that have just been the topic of discussion. I would reinstate what is the minimum requirements that the state is allowing us to hold on to at this point. Do I have a second? Could I speak to that?
You have the floor, of course.
Yeah, first I gotta lead in with what I just heard, and this isn't to cross-talk and to speak unkindly towards my fellow council member, but to talk about free market in the context of the housing element, where we've got the state regulating and demanding what must be built, how much must be built, what percentage must be affordable, what percentage must be low affordable. But wait, here, on the parking minimums, we're going to have a regular field day on free market and allow the developer to decide what to do with parking. You've heard my sentiments at the last time we spoke about this, that I'm not happy with the housing element. And I also appreciate the reflection and the commentary on Austin and some of these free market communities that actually oppose and prohibit affordability mandates and those types of things in their ordinances. They do allow the free market to work, and surprisingly, more houses get built, more types of houses that people want in their communities get built, and it's amazing. Adam Smith in the free market mindset, when there is more of something and supply goes up, it magically drives down the prices for everyone. That's what's happening in Austin, and this housing element is not achieving the desired goal that the state wants, but we're here with a gun to our heads. If you want to get certification, if you want to get the money that's associated with it, then you must comply with these mandates out of Sacramento. So, and I do apologize that on the 17th, I missed this one, and I missed Mr. Martinez's commentary on it, and it was late at the night. Had I been not asleep at the wheel, I would have made the same commentary on the 17th. I'm glad we got a second bite at it. I would hope we get some additional votes. I grudgingly supported this on the 17th in general, so we can move forward with certification, but I would not agree to do one thing more that we're not mandated and required to by the state. Why would I go at one step further and put further restrictions on this? In this housing element on this ordinance. So that's the reason for my substituted motion, and we'll see where it goes. Thanks.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Pettis, you seconded the motion. You have the floor if you wish to speak.
Yeah, they should let Arliss do the talking mostly, because she almost had me there for a minute. But I mean, but you know, I think we're saying the quiet part out loud here. On the free market thing, I get what Manuel or Councilmember Chavez is saying, but along that logic, though, why not just get rid of open space requirements too, so the builders could be easier for them to do that? It seems like this is situational. And, you know, we want people out of our cars, but we hear loudly from people that work from home and maybe don't drive, but those of us that actually are a part of the majority that drive to work and commute, I see firsthand how tough parking is, and I see how tough traffic is. And the number one complaint I hear from my constituents about development has to do with parking. And so I think that this is not a huge ask for Councilmember Bewley and I to go along with the whole program, but give us parking. That's what our people want.
Okay.
Mayor, can I just make one
Sure.
clarifying response? Councilmember Bewley said that this would be a further restriction. And I want to challenge that it's actually the opposite. The motion is to, it's adding language to say no minimum requirements. It's effectively the same thing as removing a section of the ordinance that creates an additional requirement. So supporting the substitute motion is supporting additional barriers and additional costs and additional mandates on development. Supporting the original motion is removing restrictions for developers.
Okay. So we've heard from 4 of the council members. And do Councilmember Gameros, Councilmember Mar wish to be heard? Okay. So I think this was a really fun debate. I'm gonna side with the original motion, and but I definitely understand the ironic twists that are occurring here. I've been following them very carefully with the free market guys or these guys and so it's kind of fun. But yeah, and it's listen, from my perspective, and I will say that Councilmember Bewley makes a reasonable point, but I think really where we're really, I think what you're getting at is the concern about how a reduction in on-site parking is going to impact off-site parking, and therefore, adjoining property owners and stuff like that. I get that, but honestly, I'm persuaded by Commissioner Martinez's point, which is with respect to most of the housing element sites that we're dealing with here, there's no minimum anyway, so might as well just go for broke. So for that reason, I'm going to vote no on the substitute motion. I'm going to vote yes on the original motion. I really appreciate the debate. It's very well done. Call for the question on the substitute motion.
Motion fails 2-5 with council members Reynolds, Mar, Gameros, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, and Mayor Stevens voting no.
Okay, now we're going to vote on the original motion.
Okay, let me set that item. Just 1 second. Oops, hold on.
Ready?
Wait, hold on, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Screen. I don't know how to do this. All right, excuse me 1 minute. I have to go down to a different motion. The system froze. Okay, we'll go to Reynolds. Oh, it's not even mine. Yep, we'll have to do manual. Okay.
You want to do a voice vote?
Yes, we'll have to do a voice vote.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Pettis? No. Councilmember Reynolds? Councilmember Mar?
Yes.
Councilmember Gameros? Yes. Councilmember Bewley?
I'm on the fence on this one, but I'll go no.
Mayor Pro Tem Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Stevens?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmembers Pettis and Bewley voting no.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Okay, let's see. That was a little bit. Do you want to do a brief break, like a 10-minute break? Ready for a 10-minute break? Then we'll go to old business 2, and we'll get through it. So let's. All right, we're back on the record. We're going to start old business item number 1. Madam Clerk, would you please read the title?
This is consideration of approval of a code of ethics and conduct. Presentation by Ms. Hall Barlow, City Attorney.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to remind you that we have been here before. This is a returned item. We currently have no, next slide, please, established code of ethics and conduct. Thank you. There are various federal, state, and local laws that govern most financial conflicts, but do not cover things like courtesy or dealings between commissioners and council members, etc. On July 8th, 2025, the council discussed potential adoption of a code of ethics and conduct and gave direction to return with revisions with such a code to be considered at a future council meeting for approval. And then on February 3rd of this year, you discussed a draft code and gave us direction with regard to returning with a revised draft with today's date as the specific goal. The goal of the Code of Ethics and Conduct is to ensure public confidence in the integrity of local government elected and appointed officials. Next slide, please. Establishing an ethics code promotes an honest, effective, and accountable city government, encouraging high standards of behavior by public officials, and assists with decision-making. The intent of this particular code is to achieve fair, ethical, and accountable local government for the city of Costa Mesa. We've drafted a revised code of ethics, which we hope clarified and streamlines some of the prior provisions that were enclosed, and we provided you the original draft at attachment 1. The revised draft is at attachment 2 to your report. I did a black line comparison in attachment 3 so that you could see the differences between the version you looked at in February and the version you are considering this evening. And then in attachment 4, I provided a highlighted version showing some of the provisions which are partly covered by federal, state, or local law, with some commentary to indicate whether something was basically replicative of state law or simply covered in some part. The Code of Conduct has key components, including acting in the public interest, complying with the law, conduct of members, respect for process, the conduct of public meetings, decisions should be based on merit, conflicts of interest, city allegiance and proper conduct, gifts and favors, confidential information, use of public resources, representation of private interests, advocacy, the policy role of members, independence of commissions and committees, a positive workplace environment, implementation, compliance and enforcement, and a statement of commitment. This code would prohibit council members from appearing on behalf of third parties before the city council or any subordinate body, would prohibit any financial interest in any contract with the city. It would require disclosure of the employment or a spouse's employment with a governmental agency or nonprofit which may be involved in decisions to be made by the legislative body. It does go beyond existing state laws with respect to some financial and other conflicts. The Code of Conduct emphasizes the policy role of council and commissions versus the administrative functions of the city manager and subordinate employees. We've tried to address relations between council and commission members with staff, with the public, and with other members, requiring civility and professionalism. The code requires reporting, investigation, and enforcement mechanisms, including requirement to seek an opinion from the FPPC if there is a perceived conflict. Our recommendation is that you consider adoption of a code of ethics, provide us with alternative language, or provide alternative direction to staff. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, of
Thank you, Attorney Barlow, for your presentation. I appreciate its succinctness. I have a question on the policy on Section A on ethics, number 6, conflict of interest. I saw a genuine confusion on this, so I'll read it for the public so they see what I'm reading. It says, elected and appointed officials should seek to ensure their independence and impartiality on behalf of the common good and their compliance with conflicts of interest. Unless specifically authorized by the law, elected and appointed officials should not use their official positions to influence government decisions in which they have A, a material financial interest, B, a contractual interest, or C, an impermissible personal bias. What does that mean?
An impermissible personal bias?
Correct.
The cases are pretty uniform, that having a closed mind, having a particular bias against either an applicant, somebody involved in the application process, a particular project, or a point of view that may be expressed in connection therewith, would constitute an impermissible personal bias. You could also have an impermissible personal bias if somebody involved in the decision was a family member, a loved one, that type of thing. So there are various ways of that occurring. In some of the case law, there have been determinations that impermissible bias was established by personal advocacy behind the scenes against a project, by having been involved in litigation opposing an identical project for an identical property, or even by a council member appealing a decision from a lower body on the grounds that it was incorrectly decided, as opposed to it should be reviewed or should be considered by a larger body. So those kinds of reasons, what we always say is you may make statements about particular types of projects. The example I usually will give is, it's one thing to say I prefer small and mom and pop businesses. It's another thing to say Walmart comes to this town over my dead body.
Okay, I'm gonna have follow-ups because you're just giving me a lot of follow-up questions, because I've seen this body go against what you described sometimes, and I don't want to name names because it's not important here. The important thing here is the idea we're talking about. So I've seen this body pull up, for example, cannabis decisions from Planning Commission. Would we be able to do that with this ordinance?
Yes, it's still permissible to seek review. There's nothing wrong with a member of the city council saying, you know, this is an important issue in our community. There was a lot of, disagreement perhaps by, public on this issue. I have had people from the public tell me that it should be considered at a higher level, whatever those kinds of things may be. That's seeking review. It's not saying the lower body was wrong in the decision that they made.
So we have to be careful how we word things.
Absolutely.
Okay. What's the recourse? So say I pull the cannabis item and I say that was wrong. They're wrong. And can I then vote on that thing I pulled?
If I saw an appeal that said that, I would immediately inform you that under case law, you will have disqualified yourself from participation in the review. If you don't agree with me and you decide to participate anyway, then an applicant who does not like the decision that's ultimately made could sue the city over it.
Okay.
And have the decision set aside.
So there's no mechanism to really force a council member who is breaking this ordinance to not participate in the vote, should they choose to do so?
What I always hope is that council members will listen to my advice. Not here, but I have, well, yes, here. But I have had in other roles, I have had council members disagree and participate despite recommendation not to. At least one of those times, a court has ultimately sent the decision back to that legislative body for reconsideration without the inclusion of that council member.
Okay. Now I want to go to the staff report, page 6. Could you elaborate for me just what that first bullet point means? Would it prohibit council members from appealing on any behalf of third parties before a city council or any subordinate body?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Sorry, PowerPoint, my apologies. Thank you, Mayor Stevens. 'Cause I have a question. I know there's a lot of groups in Costa Mesa that people are a part of.
So I'm sorry, which
Page 6
of the agenda report?
of the PowerPoint, my apologies. PowerPoint.
Okay.
It says prohibit council members from appearing on behalf of third parties before the city council or any subordinate body. We have a lot of active groups in Costa Mesa that advocate for a lot of changes. An example I'll give is probably like a YIMBY group or like an active temptation group. How would this play out? Let's say a member of the council is part of that group. Are they now prohibited from commenting on anything that pertains to that group?
No. What a council member is not allowed to do, however, is, for example, go to the planning commission meeting, stand at the dais, and advocate on behalf of a particular viewpoint or a particular outcome at a hearing. The same is true here. You may, as a member of the council, engage in debate and discussion, advocate a point of view which you support, but not if you're being paid by the group in question, or not if you have such an ingrained or embedded bias that you cannot be fair to all concerned.
Okay, I'm just going to give an example because we had Commissioner Martinez come forth today, and he said in his personal capacity. And a lot of times commissioners, MM's committees come forward to us and say my personal capacity. Would that be an issue?
No, but if Commissioner Martinez had come forward and said, I'm here on behalf of all the development community and being paid by them, that would be a problem.
Okay, I'm going to choose them as a case study because one of my comments before was the fear that this might impede young people in particular who want to work in policy and create policy changes, just might inhibit them from serving our city. I happen to know he's employed by a statewide group that focuses on transportation, and he's often lobbying Sacramento to get sure we have good policy in California. How do we know that Mr. Martinez is speaking on behalf of himself and not his employer? How do we verify that? Because I would hate to have any ability to discount his good ideas just because of who employs them or because he's on a commission.
Well, that is why we all have to file Form 700s to disclose our sources of income and not to participate in decisions where a source of income is a party, is represented in some capacity in connection with the decision, or it can be directly financially impacted by the decision. Nonprofits have separate rules, but, yes, so he would be, if he said he was here on behalf of his employer, then that would be fine, because he would be here on behalf of his employer. But to come and advocate in your case, you would be advocating to a lower body as opposed to a higher body.
So, for example, I shouldn't be going to FIPAC and mentioning my thoughts about anything they're talking about because I'd be lobbying FIPAC.
No, you can talk, but what you can't do is, for example, say, you should approve this because that particular applicant is somebody that I like, or that's somebody that is paying me. Part of the problem with council members in particular advocating to lower level bodies is the appearance that you are, pressuring them based upon your role, as opposed to providing input and hearing their input.
Okay, and then I glossed over this because I was going deeper in my questions, but you mentioned a Form 700. Can you explain to the public what that is and who requires us to do that?
Yes, Form 700 is a statement of economic interest. It is required to be filed by any member of a legislative body in a city, county, or district. A legislative body is the city council, and any committee or commission that is created by formal action of the city council. It is also required to be filed by certain high-level officials, city attorney, city manager, department heads, and the city itself, the council creates a list of designees, that is, those individuals who are required to file the Form 700 and at what level they have to file, so that your middle management and other people who are involved in day-to-day decisions and recommendations are fully disclosing their economic interests so the public can see it.
Okay, and then just to reiterate, who requires this? What body requires this?
What?
What
Oh,
government agency says you must make this form
Yeah,
every
it's,
year?
okay, well, it's part of our state law. It's in the Political Reform Act, and it is the FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission, that retains them and enforces the law if those are not filed.
Okay, so the state already asked us to do that through our Form 700. What happens if someone does, by happen chance, right now, vote on something that they have a financial interest in that we can look at through Form 700? What's the recourse? What happens?
Well, there are several potential outcomes. If somebody were, for example, to notify the FPPC, they could do an enforcement action and they would probably issue a fine. If something like that came to my attention or the city clerk's attention, we typically would re-agendize the item and have a corrective action taken so that the conflicted council member did not participate, but we still had a valid action to move the city's activities forward.
Okay, thank you. And then, assuming we pass this code of ethics and conduct, what would the city's recourse be for, voting on something that in your financial interest?
So there are, it depends on who did it, right? If you're talking about, actually voting, if it was somebody on the planning commission or somebody on a lower body, the council could remove that person, censure that person. If it's somebody on the council, obviously you can't be removed by your fellow council members. There could be a censure. Sometimes that involves removal from committees. It could involve asking the city clerk to verify conflicts in advance of future meetings, things like that.
Okay. And censure is what? Slap on the wrist? Council votes against you?
Censure is essentially a written statement that you have done something bad.
Sounds like gentle parenting in some ways, but okay. Okay, I think that's all I have now. Questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Does Councilmember Marr? Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. City Attorney, one of the things that the ordinance, or excuse me, the draft code of conduct right now does not include is any amount of just disclosure for disclosure's sake. So I think it's one thing to recognize that there are going to be contractual or financial mechanisms that we don't want guiding council members' decisions. It has always felt like a gray area to me that there might be ways in which council members are heavily involved but may not stand to financially benefit. So, for example, the city of Costa Mesa wishes to enter into some sort of contractual arrangement with the city of Fullerton. And a council member on this dais may work for a council member at the city of Fullerton. Would it be incumbent upon them to disclose in any way in those negotiations, even though they did not have a financial benefit from whatever the city arranged?
If they were involved in any way in the preparation or consideration of the item, they would have to disclose that.
Why?
That's under existing law. But if they were not involved in the preparation, but nonetheless they are, they do work for somebody who is a legislator for another contracting party, then that is not required to be disclosed under current law.
So if I worked, let's try a different example. So if I worked at Anderl and the city council was voting on an Anderl property line issue, for example, would I have to disclose that I worked at Anderl? Because I don't stand to gain financially anymore. My compensation, my salary would not be tied to that property line. But it seems like it would be important for the public to know.
Well, in that situation, Anderl would be a source of income for you. And it's a private entity. Governmental entities and nonprofits have different rules than private entities do in terms of disclosure and recusal. So for example, the income that an employee earns from their work here in Costa Mesa is not considered a source of income to them in connection with decisions that they make.
Okay.
Unless they're directly involved in the preparation and so on.
Sure. Okay. Let me try another one. I'm on the board of a nonprofit and the city decides to give that nonprofit a grant. I don't stand to benefit because my board membership pays me $200 per meeting. And that grant is unlikely to impact whether or not I get paid more or less per meeting. Do I have to disclose that I'm on that board?
If it's, let's make you an unpaid board member, shall we?
Sure.
No, you don't.
Okay. This is what I'm getting at, right? That there are areas where I would not report something on my Form 700, or I would not be impacted financially by the decision made by the city. But me, Andrea Marr, would feel like it was incumbent upon me to disclose to my fellow colleagues on the council and the public that this may have an impact on me in some personal way. And that's the part that I don't think is included in the ordinance right now. It's even in this dialogue, it feels difficult to pin down what the legal construct would be for such a disclosure. But I still think is important, given the number of times over the last 8 years, I have found out later that a council member was a little bit more involved in the decision at some level than I thought appropriate. And it turns out it's because it impacted them, even if that was not a financial gain or a contractual arrangement.
I understand your point, and I can only tell you that the FPPC rules and regulations that govern the disclosures and the different determinations of whether or not you can or can't participate in certain kinds of decisions for governmental entities and for nonprofits are challenging. It's a lot clearer when it's a private employer.
Okay, thank you.
Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, let's open it up to the public, please. Yes, sir.
I believe I was summoned.
Yes. Yes. In your own individual capacity.
Of course.
Speaking for no one but yourself.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a question about one provision which I think would affect some on the Planning Commission specifically, though of course I do not speak for the Planning Commission. So on page 12, there's a section about ex parte communication. Basically, it says that no official shall encourage, make, or accept any ex parte or other unilateral application or communication that excludes the interests of other parties in a matter under consideration when such application or communication is designed to influence the official decision or conduct of the official or other officials to obtain a more favorable, more favored treatment. My question for that specific provision is, I know, regularly applicants ask for ex parte meetings, and I would think that the purpose of any ex parte is to get some favored treatment or to explain the application in order to explain the special considerations during an ex parte meeting. My question would just be, what does this section mean with regards to ex parte meetings specific to the Planning Commission. And then later on, it says that any oral ex parte communication received under such conditions shall be written down in substance by the recipient and also be made a part of the record. Does this then mean that when someone takes an ex parte meeting, that they need to be taking detailed notes and then submit that to the commission or the secretary? Or I also wonder, like, if we're saying that no ex parte shall happen, and then we say any ex parte that does happen, even though it's not supposed to happen, you're supposed to submit these notes. So I just am genuinely curious about this section and would appreciate some clarification before it goes into effect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Jay Humphrey again, Costa Mesa resident. I'm happy that we are finally seeing a code of ethics and conduct moving forward with the council and with our city of Costa Mesa. I think it's the right step. It's a step in the right direction, and hopefully it'll grow and become the document I'd like to see. I'm disappointed that I've seen nothing that talks about the additional standards about campaign contributions and whether that changes the duration of abstaining from voting on the items of those people with the contributions and the size of such. We spend a lot of time in meetings and an idea comes up from somebody that the city then moves forward on, and that function takes not a year, but 2, 3, 4 years before it ever comes to you guys to be voted on. And to be able to give a large contribution that may be seen as something other than ethical is something that we should have some way to make sure that stops being the issue. Quite honestly, nobody wants to mess with contributions. You know, for political contributions, they're needed for you guys to run and to get elected office and what have you. But there should be some standard of how we, in fact, respond to those contributions by abstaining from votes for an appropriate period of time relative to the impact of what that can or cannot do. So other than that, one thing not seeing it in this, in any way, shape, form, I do look forward to this code of ethics moving forward and growing as the needs of the city to definitely improve the transparency and integrity as we see it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, phone number ending in 714.
714, you have the floor.
Phone number ending in 714.
714? Is there anybody else we can go back to the person, whoever it is?
Yes, we'll come back. Cynthia McDonald, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor. Are we having a Zoom issue?
There we go. Okay, finally, the unmute was slowly coming up there.
Good, thanks.
Good evening, Cynthia McDonald, Costa Mesa resident. I'd like to begin by quoting from the City of Irvine's Code of Ethics, which states, "A municipality's Code of Ethics is vital for establishing trust, ensuring transparent and fair governance, and preventing conflicts of interest. It guides employee and official conduct, enforces high professional standards, and protects the organization from liability, ensuring public business is conducted to serve the community." With that standard in mind, I acknowledge that the revisions to the draft Code of Ethics and Conduct represent meaningful improvements. These changes substantially strengthen what was previously a weak policy. While other cities do have more robust ethics frameworks, This document now includes many of the essential elements necessary for the public to trust that our city council will act in the community's best interest. I have a constructive suggestion for further strengthening the policy. I recommend adding citations to the relevant statutes or case law that underpin certain provisions. Doing so would improve clarity and transparency by allowing the public to look up the precise legal meaning of terms that are not defined within the document itself. For example, Section 6A uses the terms material financial interest, contractual interest, and impermissible personal bias, including the applicable government code sections, would ensure that everyone, officials and residents alike, understands exactly what those terms mean and how they're applied. Then I have a question regarding enforcement. Once this policy is adopted, will it be incorporated into the municipal code? As it stands, enforcement of any violations by a city council member relies on an action by the city attorney or district attorney. Having a corresponding municipal code section would provide an additional clear mechanism for accountability that the public can rely upon. And I want to say, I'm glad to see this policy coming forward for a vote. An enforceable code of ethics has been needed for a long time, certainly longer than most of us have been closely watching Costa Mesa politics. And I appreciate the work that has gone into getting us to this point, and I urge the council to move forward and adopt it. Let's get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. How are we doing with 714?
Phone number 714. If you press *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Do we have anybody else?
No.
Okay.
There.
Really?
Here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I agree with the prior speakers. This is much needed for our city. And not only is it needed to give a form for our elected to follow, but it might also invoke a higher level of what's even on the ordinance, that they might think twice about some types of conflict of interest, or that besides an FPPC violation, there might even be something that would have the gravitas of a criminal investigation. So I think this serves the community and it serves the electeds as well for a really strong format on performance and expectations by our community. So bravo that this is coming to pass.
No further speakers.
Close public comment. Yeah. Sure. I actually have a question too, but go ahead.
So I have a question for our city attorney. Other than this code of ethics conduct consideration that we have presented to us, what you did a great job of putting together. I think that you were the author of this. Other than this, on its face, do we already have something in place that would cover what needs to be handled on a federal level, on a state level, or something like that? Can you help me out with my meat and potatoes interpretation of this?
Yeah, I think the fundamental problem is that there are a number of sources of rules about conflicts and participation and disclosures, and they're all over the place. So there are federal statutes and federal case law that deal with things like due process, for example. The right of somebody to have their have a fair hearing in connection with a license or entitlement. That's due process. There are state laws. As you know, as I mentioned, the Political Reform Act covers a lot of the financial conflicts. It establishes levels of the type of financial interest that you must have, the value of that financial interest, and a catch-all. And then there are interpretive regulations that are used to explain the statutory requirements. On top of that, there are decisions issued by the FPPC and by the Attorney General's office which interpret those regulations and statutes, which over time have changed, of course. There are, as I was explaining to Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, there is substantial case law on the issue of bias, for example, but there's no statutory prohibition on participation if you have a personal bias. That's purely case law. So we also have some provisions in our municipal code about, and by way of example, we have provisions in our municipal code specifically dealing with campaign contributions and conflicts. And now there are also state laws that govern the issue of conflicts arising from campaign contributions. I didn't include anything about campaign contributions in this code of conduct because I thought that between the state law and the municipal law, we were pretty much covered on that topic. These areas, many of these areas, are covered by this whole different body of rules, statutes, regulations, cases. But a lot of what's in here isn't. And so I think, at least I understood, part of the goal was to really sort of put together in one place a guide. This is how you should behave.
Okay, so let me back up. I heard comments from some of the constituents saying, I'm glad that we finally have a code of conduct in place that we're going to vote on. Did we not have something in place before that would cover our actions as council members? Was that not there?
There have always been rules about financial conflicts of interest, or at least as long as I've been practicing municipal law. We have a lot of rules that are designed to ensure that meetings are open and that you hear from the public hearing rules and the Brown Act, other things that are designed to keep decision-making in the public as opposed to behind closed doors. As far as the ex parte communication question, if you want me to answer that, I'd be happy to do it. We've always asked for disclosure of ex parte communications with people that are involved in decisions, applicants, neighbors, that type of thing. The point of this provision is to say if you're going to meet with or hear from one side of an issue, you need to make sure you're willing to hear from both sides of the issue. And you need to bring forward any communications that you have had. And it's not dissimilar from what we have done in practice. It's just putting it down in writing for the first time.
Okay, I do appreciate your explanation. I just want to follow up with just a couple of more things here. And I'm looking at the PDF we got here, the slideshow on page 7, the first two bullets emphasizes policy role of council and commissions versus administrative functions of city manager and subordinate employees. And in addition to that, addresses relations between council and commission members with staff, the public, and other members, requiring civility and professionalism. So this kind of goes along with play nice in the sandbox kind of language. Is there something already in place that covers this kind of conduct that we don't, is it not there and we needed to put it there? So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, there's no rule that says that you have to be nice to people that you're dealing with in the public. I think it's a goal. And in terms of employees, there's no rule that says you have to be civil or professional with employees. But if you're not, it could give rise to a legal claim. It could spark a lawsuit over discrimination or harassment, that type of thing. But Generally speaking, there aren't rules that say, when I address you, Mr. Council Member, I need to be respectful and polite. I do it because I should, and because I'm that kind of a person, but there's nothing written down that says I have to do it.
Okay, so to oversimplify this, and I don't mean any disrespect by this comment, we're basically adding please and thank you to what's already in existence?
Well, I would say it's a little more than that, but I understand.
That's fine.
Totally understand.
But
your
I'm
point.
just trying, do we already, it seems like we're already asking for something that's already in existence, and we're giving it a title, and when I hear constituents say, I'm glad that we finally have one, did we not have one before? That's what I'm trying to figure out. So I guess in this case, I have most of my answers. So I appreciate your answer, and thank you.
All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Can I make I'm going to make a motion before you speak. Just, I've got it up there. Make a motion to approve this as written. Will anybody second that?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay. Now, I'm going to speak to it, but you asked for the floor. Do you want me to go?
No, go first.
Okay. So I think that this is pretty good, much better than the last draft. There are some things in there that I would change, what I'll call nits, picky nits, and some things that I'm not 100% all on board. Letter in the spirit of the law, I'm not sure quite what that means. Beyond reproach, I'm not sure what that means. But you know what? I agree with Ms. McDonald, and I agree with the spirit of, getting something on paper, and then people will do their best with it. I think that, the spirit of being civil to each other, to being civil to staff, and being open to the public is important, and I think it's captured in here for the most part. I do think that I'm glad, I think whoever brought up the ex parte, the last sentence is permissive, not mandatory, but it is definitely different than what I usually do, which is I'm very much open to listening to everybody, but I have never written down the substance of what is said to me and made it part of the record. So, but I'll do my best to do that in the future. That would change my conduct quite a bit. But anyway, like I said, it's a good effort, not perfect, and I think we need to move on. I will say one last thing is I do really appreciate this. One of my favorite provisions in here is how the council and the staff should follow the mayor's instructions about how to do the meetings, and I do appreciate this council because I've been up here since 17, and before I got up here, there was a lot of what I'll call sharp elbows on the council. There was a lot of arguing and back and forth with the community. A council member, somebody would make a public comment, or frequently even I would make a public comment when I was not on council, and the council members would say, you know what, Mr. Stevens, you're just flat wrong on that one, and we all know we were at those meetings, right? And kind of attacking the public. And then when I got up here, it was like to get the floor from the mayor was hard, and could you get and everybody fight for it, Mr. Mayor, Madam Mayor, we go back and forth, and then once you got the floor, there was some sharp elbows that were thrown around on the council, and I will say that I threw my share of sharp elbows, right? Because that was the culture of the council. The culture of this council is much better. And I think what we're doing here is codifying a culture that we've developed collectively, primarily Councilmember Reynolds and Chavez and Marr and myself for many years, and then of course Gamero's starting in 2020, and the two council members that were elected in 2024. And I appreciate that. And so I appreciate all of you. And we're putting it down in paper, and I hope that other council members follow suit. That's what I have to say about this. Councilmember Mar.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with most of that. I am happy to get this passed. It's something I've been asking for a while. I do want to make a friendly amendment. One is that two friendly amendments. One is that we take one of the public speaker's recommendations to define as many terms as possible for improved clarity. I don't think that requires a second reading or anything more complicated. I think the city attorney is more than capable of doing that without further direction. And then the second is, and I'm not sure how to word this, but I would like some amount of discretionary disclosure by council members when there's an item before them that has a material impact on their lives, whether or not it is financial.
I don't. The first one's fine.
Thanks.
Definition. The second one, I'd have to look at it. I'd have to look at the words. I mean, I went through every single word in this very carefully. So I don't quite understand what significant impact in your lives would mean. So I guess I'm not willing to do that on the fly.
Okay.
Okay? So does anybody else have any comments?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
No, go ahead.
No, after you.
So,
Okay, well, thank you.
Councilmember Pettis?
Yes, no, I mean, I'm completely on board with having to follow a code of ethics and the law. And I've looked at the FPPC regulations, state law and federal law, and we are well covered by the law that's already in place. And the way I see this is just an attempt to regulate behavior or speech. And I think us as council members should be free to speak the way we feel we need to speak. The voters voted us in, and the voters can vote us out. But I don't need somebody going back and looking at my social media or not liking a tone I'm taking, or some commissioner that I had appointed, and we cite our new kind of along the questions that Councilmember Gameros was asking. I think this is all just performative and an attempt to regulate behavior. So I'm a no on this.
Okay. Then, did any other council member wish to be heard? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I wanted to see if you'd be willing to make an addition to your motion. This is something I think we've made before in general, but hasn't come up in a while, and that's the use of the word citizens, where I think residents is more appropriate. Just sort of traditionally, in a lot of our older material, we use the term citizens. Given that one of our values is inclusiveness, and we've got residents who are not necessarily citizens.
I'm fine with that, but I want to take it, if we could, take it one step further. And can we use the term constituent? Because I read one time in here, and I can't point to it, or maybe I can, where we use the term resident. But, we have a lot of constituents other than residents. We have visitors, we have business owners, we have employees, that are in this, we have students that come in to go to OCC and some of our other schools. Can we use, I'm fine with resident.
Yeah.
I'm just looking, I'm fine with resident instead of citizen. I'm okay with that. I can't even remember seeing citizen, but I saw resident.
Yeah, I just caught it and I lost it, so it's there at least once. But I do like the suggestion of constituents as kind of a catch-all for the people who come before us.
So how about I'll add and see if we get the second. Instead of citizen or resident, we use constituent. Is that okay with the second?
Second's fine with that.
Okay. That I'm fine with. Anything else?
Yeah, thinking about Councilmember Marr's comment would be a suggestion. I'm looking at on page 5 in section 6, conflicts of interest. So section A, ethics, item B, conflicts of interest, section B, where we say officials who have a potential conflict of interest regarding a particular decision shall disclose the matter to the city attorney to analyze the potential conflict. If advised by the city attorney to seek advice from Fair Political Practices Commission or other appropriate state agency, an official should not participate, blah, 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 blah. So maybe that's a place where we can say, if advised by the city attorney to, disclose the potential conflict or abstain from the decision or seek advice from FPPC. I think that might cover the concern, because I think it's appropriate. I think the spirit is we should all be thinking critically on, like, am I making sort of a free and fair decision here? Are there any biases? This is the thought process I go through, and if there is, the default shouldn't be tell everybody. The default should be talk to your city attorney, see if there's a concern there. Is it legal, or is it just probably appropriate to publicly disclose that? So the suggestion would be just add in that section B, disclose the matter to the city attorney to analyze the potential conflict. If advised by the attorney to, disclose, abstain, or seek further advice. And I'll give an example, a personal example. This is years ago. I served on the board of an organization that had a request in front of the city, and so I talked to the city attorney about that. It's not a paid position. It was something that I was pretty sure council would be totally in support of, but I chose to abstain just for full, erring on the side of, any potential conflict there or misrepresentation.
I think the thing about that is where it doesn't help is really, I think, where the rubber meets the road with the item that subsection B really modifies A. And we have 3 items that are listed at the bottom of subsection A: a material financial interest, a contractual interest, and an impermissible personal bias, completely closed mind. And that was what Mayor Pro Tem Chavez was exploring with our city attorney, that last one. And as I understood the request of Councilmember Marr, she wanted to basically put, and if I got this wrong, please tell me, wanted to put a 4th one in there that says a material interest, something material to your life, not necessarily your financial life.
Yeah,
non-financial material.
Non-financial,
something non-financial. And I just don't know what, because it really, if it's something non-financial that is creating, here's my view on it. We all have biases. If there's something non-financial that creates a bias, is what we're talking about, then you're kind of on your own. You're really on your honor. And I want to tell you guys, I'm sorry, I haven't told many stories lately, but I'm going to tell you this story. Just over 20 years ago, I went in front of the Supreme Court of Trees, the Parks Commission, because I wanted to get a tree removed from the front of my house. And at the time, there were 5 Parks Commissioners. I knew 3 of them. One of the Parks Commissioners looked at me as I walked up and made my case and said, "I'm sorry, John Stevens, the applicant, is a good personal friend of mine. I need to recuse myself." And he left the dais, leaving 4 Parks Commissioners there, 2 of which I considered better friends than the one who recused himself, okay? My point, and of course they stayed and ruled on my item. Did they commit a violation of this code of ethics? No. Did the guy who left the dais do anything wrong? No. Because they were, the people that stayed on that were my friends were probably thought, listen, I'm going to hear what he has to say, and I could easily vote against him. And for whatever reason, the guy that left the dais said, whatever John says goes. I can't possibly, because of my personal connection, go against him, right? Who knows? Anyway, the tree got removed. Everything was good. So I think that kind of what I hear about, like, there's something material in your life that makes you so you consider it a conflict and create a bias. I think that that's embedded into C, and it's for everyone to decide for themselves subjectively. And I don't think we're going to be able to write words in a code that are going to be able to give sufficient explanation to the person who's making that good faith decision. So, no. Anything else?
Well, in the spirit of my favorite section, which is, or my favorite, which is under ethics. Oh gosh, hold on, I lost it. I was circling the wrong thing. Under conduct, section B, 1C, demonstrate effective problem-solving approaches. Officials have the public stage and have a responsibility to show how individuals with disparate points of view can find common ground and seek a compromise that benefits the community as a whole. I just want to flag, maybe we should all flag our favorite sections.
I thought about you when I read that.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying. I think we're getting at the same thing. I'm just going to articulate what I understand, what I'm interested in as a council member, sort of member of the public, and what I think the public deserves, our constituents deserve, using the term that we came up with. So there are very strict legal rules where there can be penalties if we break them, right? And so it's our city attorney's job to make sure that we're aware of those and don't break those rules. Then there's kind of this sort of gray area where, and this is where I think the code of conduct is really trying to address, right? Like, let's continually remind ourselves of our role, continually be aware of and be thinking about what are the things that might influence our decisions. Obviously, there's lots of things that influence our decisions, but where what might create a bias that sort of prevents us from having that open mind and making as much unbiased judgment as possible. I agree that it's our judgment to, where it's not, there's not a law for it to sort of disclose that. My sort of interest in the language here is that we want to err on the side of disclosing that and really thinking critically about it, talking to our city attorney about it. And then frankly, maybe in the example, John, that you gave, I think it's fine that that folks stayed on the commission on the commission and made those decisions, but they disclosed it, right? Like, I'm a friend of
they
John.
didn't.
Oh, okay.
They didn't disclose it. My other two friends that stayed on, they didn't say one word. They just sat there and voted in my favor.
So I would expect, let's elevate it from, trees to a development decision. If there's a developer in front of us that we do have a friendly relationship with, I would expect us to disclose. There's no harm in saying, I have a friendly relationship with this person. And I think it's important, the point that Councilmember Mar made is when people find out about relationships after the fact that wasn't disclosed before, it does taint some of the trust at this level. So that's my reason for supporting the language. I hear that you're opposed.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I just my own personal thing is, I mean, after all this time, and not just time on the dais, but 37 years in the community, there's a lot of friends, right? If I didn't, friends, people I know, I don't know. But and for me personally, now, maybe other council members don't have that vast number of contacts that I've developed over time, but I know you all do, and it's up to you to decide whether this is a person who you can't be fair. I mean, so I think it's fine the way it's written. I really do. And if a council member feels like they need to, or a commissioner, as the case may be, they need to talk to the attorney, they should do it. Right, but I don't think we need to codify that. You know. Anyway, is there any other comments? Any other comments? Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, just for the record, to respond to a previous comment, there are elements of this that are not currently in either the state law or city ordinance. So I do want to call that out. A few of those things, just to refresh council members up here in particular, are around the limitations after we are done with council and our ability to appear before this body. And there are a few other things, if you read the ordinance, that are not that are clearly not as already established. So this is not just a regurgitation of what exists right now. Like there are additional elements to it. Thank you.
Right. Well, I think the thing about that is it's 1 year, right? We now have a 1 year moratorium if you're paid. We went through that recently with a council member who had just left the dais and was advocating, but he wasn't getting paid. Okay. So with all that, I think we can call for the question. See how it goes.
Motion fails 3-4 with council members Pettis, Gameros, Bewley, Mayor Pro Tem Chavez voting no.
All right. Next up is new business item number 1.
The next item is the Active Transportation Committee Annual Report, and the presentation will start with Ms. Gallardo Daly, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to provide an introduction to this new business item. The council may recall that the Active Transportation Committee in the past has typically provided their annual report and work plan as part of a presentation at the start of the council meeting. But this didn't provide the council with an opportunity to engage the Active Transportation Committee on the information being provided. We had a recent example when the Fairview Park Steering Committee provided their work plan and annual report to the council. So agendizing it as a new business item allows for the council to ask the ATC questions or provide input on all the important information that is being discussed. As commissions and committees are developing their work plans to bring forward to the City Council, the Council will see them presented as new business items for review and input going forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to the Chair of the ATC for the presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Stevens, council members. We are here to present the 2026 annual report for the Active Transportation Committee. My name is Andrew Barnes. I'm the chair of the committee. With me is Moses Nolf, the vice chair, and in the audience, well over half of the committee members are represented, both current and past. It's nice to have the Active Transportation being active in support of this work. The presentation that we prepared and the one I'm going to go through with you tonight is full of additional detail that I won't specifically cover, but is there for your future reference, should you need it. The committee has 9 members and 2 council liaisons, also 1 liaison from the Newport Mesa Unified School District, and staff that regularly attend our meetings. Our goals have always been aligned with council goals, and 2025, retrospectively, was no different. We met 10 times in 2025. And I want to thank the community members that came to our meetings and those that reached out to committee members. It allows the committee to bring forward community issues to the staff. This allows us to discuss community issues with staff. We routinely review transportation design drawings and advocate for safety improvements, and our letters of support are critical to the successful grant application process. We're disciplined in our approach, and we use of city resources by developing short-term measurable goals. We believe in a data-driven approach, and our efforts and advocacy, and I think we should go to the next slide. There you go. We believe in a data-driven approach to our efforts and advocated for pedestrian and bicycle utilization data across the city, and in particular where road safety improvements are made so that the city can respond to residents as to the efficacy of those improvements. In 2025, our city staff jumped on an OTCA-funded bicycle utilization project. Originally, the OCTA limited each city to 10 locations at which the data utilization would be collected. However, our staff were able to expand that data collection to over 40 locations throughout the city. As you can see, these data highlight the high ridership across the city and identify major corridors on Santa Ana Avenue, 19th Street, Placentia Avenue, Victoria Street, and Fairview Road. This is a very data-rich data set, and this figure here only provides a glimpse at the depth of the data. We have information about ridership age, whether the helmet is being worn, even the gender of the riders. Based on this utilization data, it's not surprising that most of the pedestrian and cyclist crashes and fatalities have occurred on the most used roads. These maps show the consistency of the locations of the most dangerous, that are most dangerous to pedestrians and cyclists from 2023 on the right to 2025 on the left. We have 456 crashes involving pedestrians and cyclists and 8 deaths in that period. Actually 9 deaths. Well, 8 deaths in that period. These numbers tell a part of the story, and that story, a story in which no quarter mile of the road is more dangerous and deadly than Newport Boulevard south of 19th Street. The full story requires us to acknowledge the people, not statistics. And these are the names of the individuals who have lost their lives to cars on Newport Boulevard since 2009. To highlight this, in the last 10 years, 14 deaths have occurred on that strip. And I would like to acknowledge the City Council for closing the last meeting in the name of Bo Moore, who lost his life pedestrian on that strip just days before your last City Council meeting. We support the city's demands that Caltrans improve this section of the road by leveraging influences of our state and county elected representatives. And recently, in the last couple of weeks, Caltrans conducted a community outreach Zoom meeting for their Reconnecting Community Study. We encourage everyone who's listening to go to reconnectingoc.org. That's reconnectingoc.org, and provide input to Caltrans on the biggest challenges and barriers associated with Caltrans rights-of-way, which would include Newport Boulevard and all intersections with the 405 and 73. Again, this year, safety improvement projects were completed in every district of the city. From small-scale neighborhood safety improvements, next slide, including, let's go to the next slide, including bike lanes and stop sign installations, and larger scale road and intersection improvements. Can we advance 2 slides, please? Yeah, those are the small improvements, and here are the larger improvements. These projects typically are more expensive. However, most are funded by, at least in part, by grant funds. Staff has excelled at procuring grant funds for our CIP projects. In fact, by some accounts, my accounts, 58% of the 2025 CIP transportation budget was grant funded. That's remarkable. For example, the Bristol Street Synchronization Project that you approved in last meeting's consent calendar, that will parlay $300,000 from the city into $1.88 million in road safety improvements. That is an incredible return on investment. And these improvements, by the way, are not bicycle and pedestrian specific. These are road safety improvements. Additionally, Yes, that's it. Additionally, these projects are done correctly as recognized by the American Society of Civil Engineers. And these improvements translate to more residents feeling safer in our streets. Next slide. The city, the school district promoted safe streets through their bike and walk to school days, and we see a year-over-year growth in the participation in these events. Committee members also have participated in other activities throughout the year, such as promotions such as the inaugural World Day of Remembrance, spearheaded by Councilmember Reynolds, where we rode through the city, stopping at locations where people, pedestrians, and bicyclists had lost their lives. Costa Mesa go back a slide. There we go, just keep it there for a second. Costa Mesa recently received the Bronze Award as a bike-friendly community. Now, beyond a feel-good moment and a plaque that we can hang on the wall, these have real material benefits. Real estate companies and agents routinely report the walkability and bikeability of communities. And when those scores go up, property values go up. So it is a demonstrable impact. And you probably already know this, but it bears repeating. When we can reduce the number of crashes, car and automobile crashes like we did on 19th Street, that zip code experiences a reduction in car insurance rates. So beyond the awards and accolades, we're seeing real material improvement in the lives of our residents or constituents. Okay. So this added feeling of safety has spawned a huge increase in community-sponsored events, such as the College Park Bike Bus. We have additional community advocacy groups like Lilladog, who sponsor a weekly bike ride, as well as the Inconvenience Store that has community bike rides. So they're using the facilities here, and they feel much safer with our recent improvements. Next slide. Oh, well, there's your award, your Bronze Award. Next slide. So for the issue du jour, e-bikes, this committee over the last 18 months worked very closely with the Costa Mesa Police Department and staff to include bike and e-bike ordinances in the municipal code. And so further ordinances are not currently required. We have supported the education first approach that was applied by Costa Mesa Police Department, and that period has culminated with the completion of the education outreach that was a group effort by the city, the PD, and the school district. But that outreach period has been completed. Now we support Costa Mesa Police Department in the enforcement period. We suggest the council members support the PD enforcement priority of removing illegal e-motorcycles from our streets, followed by enforcing unsafe e-bike practices. Now that's the message that we like to hear and most people think about e-bikes. And in fact, the school district had several meetings recently in which they talked about a ban on e-bikes at schools. And they quoted some statistics that were pretty amazing. Nearly half of the accidents are the fault of an e-bike rider. When you dig in those statistics a little bit more, it's really about 40%, which means 60% of the car crashes are the responsibility of licensed, permitted, practiced adults driving cars. So banning e-bikes is not going to solve the issue. In fact, by banning e-bikes, we may be putting more cars on the road as parents drive their students to schools. Okay, next slide. We have some recommendations for 2026. And they fall in the categories of capital improvement, safety, education, and others. For capital improvement, again will provide a prioritized list of recommended projects to staff, and we would encourage grant applications aligned with those priorities. We'd also like to see a continued collection of safety and utilization data. In the category of safety, we support the Safe Routes to School initiative that's underway. We'd also like to see an increase in red curb painting in accordance with AB 413, the daylighting ordinance, which was passed into law. We'd also support the Costa Mesa Police Department in their e-motorcycle and e-bike enforcement. In education, we'd like to see the city promote active transportation projects and ordinances through an increased social media and website content effort during the National Bike Month, which is May. I think the city staff does a great job on the personal note of promoting these projects when they've been completed, explaining to the public why they're beneficial, and we just like to see that maybe boosted in the month of May. We'd also like the city to help facilitate a meeting with the Chamber of Commerce so that we can present on the well-documented economic benefits of bicycles to local businesses. Other recommendations include adopting the Association of Pedestrian and Bicycle Professionals, yes, there is such a thing, in the bike parking ordinance. This would be in conjunction with automobile parking for new projects. And finally, as with last year, we have some challenges. We have an increased use of multimodal transportation. We have project management limitations. We have a long list of CIP projects that we'd like to get done, but we just have limitations on our manpower. Our pace of progress is good, it's excellent, but we'd like to see it better. And as always, vehicle and road hazards continue to plague our streets, including excessive speeds, DUI, and distracted driving. I just got back from Morocco, and the major thoroughfares are 60 miles an hour, 1 lane each way, and there are donkeys on the road, there are bicycles on the road, there are tuk-tuks on the road, there are pedestrians on the road, and every single driver that is navigating that network is engaged in the action of driving. There's no one on their cell phone. I think we've got some things to learn. Finally, as the city manager has indicated, we have a new process going forward for, I think, all committees and commissions. I would like, I'd urge the city council to help define what you'd like to see in these annual reports, like the duration of the presentation, the content of the presentation. I think it will really help guide the process in preparing for these annual reports. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. So, council, do you have any, start with questions. Do you have any questions? Okay. No questions. Let's open it up to the.
Can I ask one question?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yeah, of course.
Just one. It's probably for Brett. But first of all, thanks for what you guys do. Appreciate all your effort and time and your service to the community. I have an 11-year-old daughter and some big daughters today bike, and it's really important we have safe streets and walkability, bikeability. But I am wondering, being that I also commute to Long Beach every day to and back. So for Brett and you guys, I mean, you can probably answer this for me. So I even wrote it down. What analysis has been done on traffic congestion, travel times, lane capacity, and impacts from these projects? Has there been any? And I know what we said, it's not just about bikes, but I would be curious about that, Brett, if you can.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Pettis. We regularly collect counts, both speed counts, volume counts, et cetera, throughout the city, and a lot of that involves counts before projects as well as after projects. So we have a pretty good idea of the impact of vehicle capacity on the roads as well as speeds on the roads before and after projects. Thanks.
Cool, that would be something I'd want to see in the report too, just kind of offset all that, not to, just to have both sides, you know?
I would agree. If I could add, I used to work at Hutton Center at the junction of at the 55 and the 405, and I live here in Costa Mesa. I was a bit of a data nerd in those days, and I would get frustrated because some days it would take an inordinate amount of time to get to work, and other times I'd breeze through. So I started a spreadsheet, day and time, and I was going to find the sweet spots. And every day when I can get there to Hutton Center, in a fast. I got about 2 weeks into my analysis, and I had experienced the worst day and the best day, and they differed by 2 minutes. There's a time dilation that happens when we get in our cars. And that 2 minutes, I stopped the data collection after that because 2 minutes is nothing in my life. But it seems like an eternity in a car. When you're stopped and you're not moving in traffic on the 55, you think that it's going to be a 20-minute delta, and it's just not. So I think it's a really good question that you ask, and I think it's going to be incremental and maybe surprising when you see how little difference it makes in real time versus that emotional, impact.
Okay, let's open up to the public. I have some comments, but I don't have any questions. Anybody from the public wish to come up? Okay. Anybody on Zoom? Okay, I'll make the motion to receive and file, and I've got some comments. And seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Thank you very much. It was a great presentation, very thoughtful PowerPoint. More importantly, thank you for the work that you do. This is really, I think, fairly new to the city. I think if we've all been a part of it. I've supported, I think, every single project to the point where people said in the last campaign that I was putting the city on a road diet. But really, I think Councilmember Reynolds deserves a lot of the credit for the work that she's done as a liaison to the committee, and Councilmember Marr as well. But also, she's become a subject matter expert in this area, and I give her a lot of kudos for that, and I really appreciate the work that she's done and that all of you've done. I also appreciate the work that in this area that our Public Works Department has done, both in opening up their minds and also hiring the right people, Brett Atencio and Paul, and promoting the right people that care about this stuff. And the first day I voted, the first meeting was voting on the Placentia medians. Remember that? And we had a death there, and it was dangerous. And we voted to create the medians, and I think that has helped. That's the first meeting I ever went to, and now we had our item on our study session the other day on Public Works, and we talked about the changes that we're going to make to I think it's Junipero, Arlington area, and the raised crosswalk there, and that's where there was a tragic death there, This is a difficult thing that we have done. It's, again, more with the Kennedy quotes. We do it not because it's easy, but because it's hard. I went to law school in UC Davis. UC Davis was designed with a lot of these features. Our city has not been designed for these features. So it's more difficult and more expensive, more time consuming to retrofit a city with these features to make them more bike friendly and also safer with the medians we're doing. And so I really appreciate everybody's collaboration on this, including, without limitation, the Active Transportation Committee. I think you're on point with what you're doing, and I support your progress and everything you're doing going forward, what you've laid out. So thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. It's hard following your comments, but I'll do what I did last time with Member Reynolds. I'll just echo your comments in a more different lens. Yeah, I want to first thank Member Reynolds for really championing this at her time on council. I want to thank staff for being consistent in implementing this throughout the 8 years, and to the committee. I mean, my goodness, I think this committee began in 2014. I could be wrong in the date, but 2015. Thank you, Flo Mama. 11 years, and our city's drastically changed for the better. I was not a true believer. I was not even a believer my first years on council. In fact, I would only vote for this because I know it's important I only voted for it because I knew it was important to Member Reynolds, and I wanted to be a good teammate. But I think seeing the effects that it's had in my district, in my community, seeing kids being able to actually go to school safely, bring up their parents a chance to take the one car to work, seeing kids have the chance to go to internships that they can benefit from greatly, just seeing people be more comfortable to be in the streets. All this is incredible work, and thank you to the committee and residents that really fought for this. You know, there's going to always be a little pushback, and that's expected, but I think we've done a great thing for our community, making it something that everyone could really benefit from. So, thank you.
Anybody else? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, I'm gonna be brief. Thank you to the committee members who really put in a lot of time and thought in contributing to the discussions and bringing ideas. Thank you to staff who are doing this work. It really is an absolute joy to be liaison, and most of the time I'm just kind of sitting back. Every now and then I'll chime in with a suggestion on how you might approach something, given my experience on the council now. But it really is a joy to watch you work together. This committee brings it has a really nice mix of perspectives from people who walk or bike or bus or drive as their primary mode of transportation. And it's a perspective that if you don't use one of those modes of transportation, you don't really have. So hearing that from your residents and then even taking a step further and trying those things out is really revealing. And I think that the open-mindedness in that committee and active efforts to try moving around the city in different ways has been a big source of our progress. The collaboration between our staff and our committee members and our community supported by council, I think, has really been the reason we've been so successful as a city and successful in getting the grant funds that have much broader benefits than just, that particular project, as Chair Barnes mentioned. So just proud of all of the work that's happening in Costa Mesa now, and thankful for everyone who's contributing to it. I want to reiterate some of the things mentioned. This work is saving lives. We are collecting the data to demonstrate the true safety impact of that work, reducing the number of collisions, but also enabling mobility, whether it's teens, who can get to a job or participate in sports after school because they have their own way. They can safely move around the city without a vehicle. Whether it's seniors, we know Santa Bob, right, can move around the city. I forget, he tracks his miles and he's in the tens of thousands of miles on his e-bike. We're enabling mobility from people who may not have that mobility otherwise. And the further we move into this, we call it mode shift, right? Helping people move around in other ways actually alleviates traffic. So I truly believe in the long run, we're starting to see this in some areas. There's evidence in other cities that the better we support multiple modes of transportation, the better we improve traffic. So I'm still leaning into that work. So thanks for everyone involved. My, I'll call it obsession with this topic, really started when someone invited me to walk with them through the city. And when someone invited me to join them on a bike ride through the city, the mayor, you've joined me on a bus ride and a bike ride, and we both learned things in those experiences. I'm inviting Councilmember Pettis and his daughter to go on a bike ride together. It really is revealing, but also very fun. So thank you to all of the work, and I know the committee members, I'm sure, would invite all council members out to explore the city on foot or on wheels. So I encourage you to take them up on that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Anything else from the council? Okay, motions to receive and file. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay. New business item number 2. Please read the title.
Thank you. This is the professional services agreement with Solemn for the Fairview Park West Bluff Restoration Project, and presentation by Mr. Gruner, Parks and Community Services Director.
Good evening, Honorary Mayor, council members, members of the community. As just mentioned, we're looking to get approval for the professional services agreement with PSOMAS for the Fairview Park West Bluff Restoration Project. Just to give you a little background in regards to this project, in 1998, the city was informed or identified the bluff erosion issues through the master plan technical studies. Then in 2003, we completed a engineering evaluation report of the West Bluffs, which confirmed that the bluff is eroding. In 2019, we completed an emergency project to construct a berm along the West Bluff, slowing surface erosion and reducing sheet flow. In 2022, the city was awarded $2 million in state funding from Senator Min's office for the Fairview Park West Bluff restoration. And this project was specifically identified by the senator, and these funds are allocated particularly for this project in itself. In 2024, the city completed geotechnical and soil investigations to characterize current soil conditions and erosion rates. And then just to give you an overview of the focus and objectives of this particular project, it is to repair and enhance the West Bluffs of Fairview Park, stabilize the bluff slopes and address erosion risks, revegetate damaged and eroded slope faces, enhance recreational trail safety and preserve view sheds, restore coastal bluff scrub native plant community, protect existing biological resources, preserve significant cultural and tribal cultural resources, and design and plan improvements with minimal impact to existing resources. And if you look at the picture on the right, you can kind of see the scope of this project in regards to its size. So it is a significant area of the Fairview Park bluff. Here are some additional photos that we want to share with you. The photo on the left is an aerial view of the West Bluff. You can see the extent of the bluff restoration area. On the picture on the right will depict a close-up in regards to what it actually looks like and what is currently going on with the bluff area. So we did go out to RFP last June, and we had basically, we went out to RFP for engineering, design, and environmental planning services for this project, and we had 3 bidders apply and submit their bid. And looking at the scores for each of them, PSOMAS came in ranked number 1 with 2,687.5 as a total score, and DUDEC came in at 2,238.55, and they came in second, and S2 Solemn came in at 2,152.1, and they came in third. The consultant selection process, we did quite an extensive interview in regards with all 3 of the applicants, and PSOMAS was determined to be the most qualified consultant due to their performance in the work. The factors that differentiated Pasomas from the other firms was essentially their strength and experience in leading complex, multidisciplinary projects, in particular the geotechnical and civil engineering, biological resources management, cultural resources planning, recreational trails, and habitat restoration. In addition, strength of community engagement effort and intentional stakeholder consideration during public outreach, and the adaptive design approach, tailoring solutions to specific conditions of each erosion feature. One topic that kind of came up is the cost. The cost is elevated due to the complexity and unique nature of the project. And there's very limited organizations or companies that actually perform this type of work. So there is a premium fee that was incorporated into this project, and that's why the cost is a little bit higher than normal. The scope of work is project coordination, site design investigations, design development, specifically plan specifications and estimates, cultural resource management plan, environmental permitting, and construction documents and bid package preparation, environmental documentation including CEQA, public outreach and engagement, bid and construction support. And we are looking as a recommendation to award a professional service agreement to Pasomas to provide engineering design, environmental planning, cultural resource management, and related professional services for the Fairview Park West Bluff Restoration Project in an amount not to exceed $533,000. And the project will be ongoing from April 7th, 2026 to April 6th, 2028 with 3 additional one-year renewal options. In addition, authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $53,000 for an unforeseen costs that may arise. And 3, authorize the city manager and the city clerk to execute the PSA and future amendments to the agreement within city council authorized limits. I do also have our public works director, Raja Satharam, as well as Song Yang, the city engineer, who have been extensively involved in this project and part of the bidding process as well. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Well, the first question I want to ask before anybody else is the P silent? It's SOMAS. SOMAS.
SOMAS.
Okay, SOMAS. I just want, because we're going to presumably use the word, so I just want to get it right. P silent. Any other, I mean, I have other questions, but Councilmember Marr?
Thank you. So given the complexity of the project, we're asking for public engagement, we're asking for sensitive biological resource treatment, we're asking for cultural resource treatment. How are we also constraining costs so that this doesn't become the most gold-plated design that meets every possible stakeholder request?
So, Councilman, yeah, the designer will consider the overall cost of the project that's available to us in making sure that we are staying reasonably within the limits of the project. Part of the reason why it's so expensive is because of to get all the environmental clearances from the agencies that because it's a state-funded project, we have to make sure that we clear CEQA. And that's part of the reason. And the actual erosion control measures may be much more simpler than, sometimes the design is a lot more, the time spent on the design and environmental is a lot more complex and getting through the process than the actual construction. We find that in many cases. I think it's, so they will look into measures to how to control this erosion by natural means. Again, we are not talking about any concrete type of steps, but it's more natural steps. So we don't think the cost will exceed, within reason, what we have. Plus, I think there might be some savings with the other project, which is the Mesa restoration. That's already awarded and it's underway, and I think the cost is not as much as we expected on that one. So you could transfer savings from one to another within the same program.
do we have a city budget or at least a city engineer estimate for what the construction of this project should take?
Councilmember Marta, that'll be determined during the design process, which summas will be awarded with, presumably. So in that endeavor, the consultant will have a construction cost estimate with respect to the bluff restoration.
Are we doing that at 30%?
Pardon, 30% of what?
Design documents, like where in the design process are we doing a sanity check on pricing? Because it seemed, look, this is so broad that it seems like it could go in a bunch of different directions, right? Like we've given, I appreciate that the RFP was written to get very creative and innovative and the whole like kit and caboodle of possible responses, but the way we've written it, it also suggests that they could come back with here's a native plant that will constrain bluff erosion, and here is a $4 million concrete encasement, right? And so at what point do we steer the plane in the right direction? Boat, use your analogy, whatever.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Electric bike.
Yeah, Councilman Moore, I think at 30%, we will have some idea of what the cost, where we are headed with this project. And we could guide it in one way. And then also the level of environmental effort will also be known very early on. And that might actually result in some savings even in this particular design cost. So we'll make sure that if the environmental is not very complicated, leading to EIR type of document, then we can save some funds even in that way. But the cost estimate for the overall project, we should have an idea by 30%.
Okay. There is one very brief reference in the RFP to the fact that they need to review Measure AA, but what does that mean in practice for their design?
So Measure AA is a consideration for anything that we do within Fairview Park, but because this is more considered as a maintenance type of effort and to protect the resources we already have. Some of these bluff erosions have come very close to the existing trails, resulting some safety issues. So we need to, before we lose more of Fairview Park, I think it's important to address it. I think the type of measures that comes out of the project have to be evaluated against the Measure AA to make sure that we are not putting in things that, for lack of good words, concrete type of measures.
I guess that's where I'm kind of going with this, right? If the most cost-effective, most permanent, most engineering sound design is to sink a bunch of rebar, build some kind of concrete infrastructure, I want to be clear that my expectation is that we'd put that on the ballot. Right? And Measure AA says we can go back to the voters if we need to put more permanent structures into Fairview Park. I wouldn't want us to choose a much more expensive route or a less efficient route that we're going to have to come back and do this again in 5 years. I would expect, and maybe, I don't know if this is a 30% DD or if this is later in the process, but at some point you will know whether or not this is going to trigger AA, and that needs to come back to the council for a further decision. Is that how you envision this process going?
Yes, Councilman Moore, that's what we think, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Just one quick question for you, Raja. Will the consultant deliverables include multiple options with trade-offs or one single recommended plan?
Councilman Pettis, generally when on projects like this where we don't have a clear path, they would give us options to look at. And we'll consider them and go with the best possible option, which has the least impacts on the overall park.
Yes. So, Councilmember Peterson, in addition to that, the consultant will endeavor upon not just in one or two or multiple solutions that will be more appropriate for this project, but one project, as Councilmember Mar was mentioning putting rebar. That is an option, is a very intrusive option. But another option that they might consider and also suggest is providing, planting more trees, because the roots of the trees, for example, can sustain the slope of the bluffs as well. And that's done in other places where multiple trees are planted at the sides of the bluffs. It's a natural solution, and as the overgrowth of the roots prevents the erosion and solidifies the bluffs as well. So that's one of those that we were considering, that the consultant suggested, but there may be other solutions that are also more amenable as well.
Now, last question, because Director Gruner mentioned David wanted it for this. Was the grant money specifically documented, allocated for only this, or do we have options how to use this grant money? Out of the $10 million in open space grant funding, what percentage of that is allocated to Fairview Park?
So, Councilor Perez, we came to council, so the back then State Senator Mann, through the government appropriation, provided $10 million, and he specifically identified few projects. And I think there were five projects, I think. One is the LED lighting that we already finished in different parks. And we have the lake restoration that's ongoing right now. The bluffs at this project, the mesa restoration, and also the other one that we talked about, which is the recirculation pumps too, and Solemn Park, sorry. So these are the 6 projects that received those $10 million. Within that, if we are done with the project and if we have savings, we can move the funds to one of these, again, within the same 6 projects. Okay. So these are the 6.
Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Camaros.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I want to go over some comments that were made, and I ask some just general questions. We're basically talking about a slope stabilization project, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I heard that this is a very unique project, and there's not very many organizations that do slope stabilization. Is that correct? So what are we envisioning on this? Because I'm not going to say it's cut and dry, but a lot of people know how to build retaining walls. So when we put something like this together, and we're gonna have a planning resource management project that's $500,000, so we can figure out how we want to build a retaining wall. What are you guys envisioning as staff members on something like this? Does anybody have any idea where they would want this to go? Because if we just turn over a big chunk of money to SOMAS and say, have at it, let us know what you think's going to work. I mean, it's a slope stabilization project. We can use plants. What kind of plant? I mean, it just seems like we could kind of steer this before we hand it off to them. And that's kind of like what I'd like to ask is, do we have the ability before we hand this off to them to kind of steer this and have council give some input first, so that we're not all over the board? A statement was made that, this could go any which way but left, so.
Yeah. So Councilor Gumaras, as an engineer, I have a very limited number of solutions. I would just put a wall up there, and because that's kind of how to do those kind of projects. But this is a different environment. We need to that's why we had to get an expert company out there that deals with things like this. I mean, they do work in areas like San Clemente and other areas where, literally houses fell off the bluffs, and so they need to figure out how to restore these areas. And they're specialists in that particular type. And when we went through the interview process, that's kind of what we wanted to get from them is, have you worked in these kind of environments? And they do, so they did. And we'll look at the solutions they come up with, which will be, definitely creative and considering the nature of this location. And we'll work with the Fairview Park Committee. We'll work with our experts within our organization who deal with Fairview Park to make sure that what the solutions that they come up with are reasonable and can be implemented.
And I appreciate your response, and I know that you're an engineer, so I don't mean this I'm not trying to misdirect this, but I just want to be careful that when we engage in a slope stabilization project, that we're not trying to reinvent the wheel on something like this. I think I think that you know how this thing needs to go together, and I don't want to be steered with this project that it just ends up blowing up on us. So I do appreciate the presentation, and I would just like to exercise caution when we go through this, that this is something we already have a lot of experience with as staff members. I think you guys are very well experienced with this. When we go through, I would really want to make sure that this gets presented to us as, look, these are like the rock solid ideas that we're going to do. So anyways, that's all I have, and that's it. Thanks.
Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, thank you. Can we go to, no slide numbers. The slide that says project focus and objectives? Is this the one with the visual of the bluffs and where there's concerns? Slide numbers, next time for the future. Okay. Yeah, so my understanding, I remember that emergency bluff restoration. It was pretty early in my council term, and that's when, I think $200,000 sounded like a lot of money. I know it still does, but I remember kind of the concern at that time. That was, 7 years ago. And so my understanding with this project is, of course, it's a multi-year effort, but there is significant concern that this parts of this bluff could collapse, and that could result in restricting access to these areas, right? Because we've got this trail in between the eroding bluff and now mitigation sites or federally protected watershed areas. And we're seeing, thankfully this is not happening, and hopefully it doesn't happen where homes are, but we've seen bluffs collapsing in, was it Newport Beach, Corona del Mar, and then further down the coast along the beaches. So, okay, so my understanding is correct. I guess this is not technically a question, but am I correct in understanding that you are concerned about this bluff failing in the near future? That's why this was elevated as a project. Thankfully, there's state money, and we're not using general fund money to pursue this. Okay. On the scope, I think I had the same reaction as others on like the price tag, especially since it's not actually fixing the slope. It's developing the precise solution to fix the slope. In task 2, there is a cost for an optional component of this, and it wasn't clear to me in the scope document what is sort of the base cost for the design evaluation and what is the optional cost for the design evaluation. What's the optional piece, and are you recommending that we include that, and if so, why? A separate question. I was curious. We've had some discussions about the design build contracting process, and I'm just curious if that was discussed or an option here, and if there would be cost savings with that.
So Councilmember Reynolds, could you repeat your last question?
The last question was there consideration of a design build contract? Is that even allowed? Is that something that could have resulted in or could result in a lower cost?
Yes, staff did consider the option of design build. We even had meetings with our city attorney and discussions with that. And it was determined it was a little bit cost prohibitive. In terms of our purchasing regulations, we don't have specifically a mechanism to do design build. And therefore, the preferred option was going through this route of doing an RFP for design, then ultimately doing the construction through regular public bid process.
Is that a city policy limitation to not have the mechanism for design build?
Councilmember Reynolds, actually, the design build works when you kind of know the path of design. So you have to have like a 30% design done, And then you can say, okay, you know what, this is a good option, and we can proceed with the design build option. Not knowing the path of the design at this point, we are not there yet. So
Okay.
to consider a design build.
Okay, so that's the reason
Yeah.
we chose to do an RFP strictly for design. Okay.
Yes.
So the first question then was on task 2, the site design evaluation, there's base scope and another $40,000 that's called optional. What's the optional piece and why do we need that?
So unfortunately, Councilor Reynolds, at this point, it's hard to answer the question because the person who really dealt with this is Kelly Dalton, and he's unfortunately not here because he had a baby recently. So, we don't. I don't have that specific answer, but we can get back to you on that one.
Okay, okay. And then the last line item in the budget is $65,000 for bidding and construction support. So the construction support piece, does that encompass like them being a project manager for the construction phase of the project?
So, Councilor Reynolds, generally the construction support is to answer questions on the design during construction that might come up. There may be some clarifications that have to be made, and the designer has to provide that input.
Okay, that's a lot of money for that. Okay.
Again, some of these,
T&M, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay,
Some of these funds are T&M type of funds, so
Yeah.
we may not use them.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple questions. Do we have any data to show the extent of the erosion over time? I mean, like, has it been eroding 1 foot in the last 10 years, or anything we've done to measure the erosion?
So, Mayor Stevens, in about 7, 8 years ago, 6, when around the time that Councilor Reynolds was mentioning, there was a major erosion at that time, and we had to take emergency action to address that one. Since then, it has been fairly stable. I mean, we don't see any major additional erosions, but it is a concern that we have, and we want to make sure that it's. Right now, if you look at that, it looks very eroded. There is nothing, no vegetation to hold anything, so it could continue to erode slowly, but we want to address it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to assess the extent of the problem and the timing aspect of the problem. Several things can cause erosion: water, wind, gravity, whatever. If maybe it's a stupid question if it's fairly stable, but what are the agents that cause erosion in this particular bluff?
Mr. Mayor, I think it's water, most likely when there is a lot of rain, heavy rain in this area, that could result in those kind of erosion. And I mean, that's the main thing I can think of.
Right.
Anything else?
No, as you said, Mr. Mayor, water, wind, gravity especially, because this is extremely heavy. I mean, over time, as parts of it fails, as parts of it weakens, then the force of gravity will do its deed, and we'll have increased erosion over time. So the thing is, we don't want to get to a point where we keep waiting and find out we have less and less mesa. Because as of right now, it's eroding pretty significantly. And luckily, we have the funds from our then State Senator Min to address this issue, and this is what we're trying to endeavor upon, to address this issue.
Well, I heard you guys both say two different things. I heard Raja say it's relatively stable over the last 8 years, and I heard you just say it's eroding significantly. So
Well,
which is it?
It's eroding.
Is it? Would you agree with that, Director Setharaman? Have you been overruled?
If my city engineer says, yeah, that's fine.
All right. I don't want to put you guys on the spot anymore. Anybody else have any questions?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, and apologies, I hadn't raised this with you in advance. One of the things, sort of amenities that had been suggested in various rounds of outreach is adding a staircase to the bluffs on the south end of the bluffs, similar to what we have on the north end, both for just generally an access issue, but also to sort of steer traffic into a stable pathway. Is that something that could be incorporated in this, or would this be the right place to sort of include an assessment of how that could be added? I just don't remember where those conversations landed on a staircase, a second staircase.
So, Councilman Reynolds, I'm not fully aware of that, but that will definitely trigger AA. I think adding a staircase is a new feature that, we're hitting that part. So at this point, I'm not aware of.
Yeah, I mean, I can talk to that a little bit. So there has been
the
some
assessment of the feasibility of it.
Yeah, there has been some discussions in incorporating a staircase on the south end. And I know that was, part of that discussion was during the master plan draft development phase when we started, creating that and finalizing it. So there are some drawings, there are some ideas, and I think that can be certainly something that can be looked at, because I do feel like it provides additional access between Fairview Park and Talbot Park, and it will, just enhance the experience for users. So I think there's definitely some benefit to taking a look into that. And there have been some discussions, but nothing really has been formalized per se. But we can certainly look into that.
Yeah, okay. And I don't know if foot traffic here, I know like in Canyon Park, there's a lot of foot traffic that's creating some stabilization issues and inappropriate trails. So I don't know if foot traffic here is contributing to any of that. But okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
So, okay, I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to put this in a form of a question, but it's just like I agree with Councilmember Marr that if we go with what kind of the default position, as Councilmember Gamero said, is some type of a structure to stop the erosion, then that's going to have to go to the ballot, right? And then the problem is, one of the things that's eroding is the $2 million, right? Because now we're putting all this money into the design, and then we'll have to do an election. And I don't know whether the $2 million, the cost of the election, whatever that is, can be taken out of the $2 million. And it just seems like okay, I'm going to put it in a form of a question. So you said that if there are savings, we can use those savings at one of these other 6 projects. Is there any way we could take the money, the 2 million, and just put it into fixing the ponds or some of these other 6 projects? Is there any way we could do that? Because I'm just worried that we're going to spend all this money with SOMAS, and then we're not going to have enough money, and then it's going to be a massive amount of money out of the general fund to actually do what they recommend that we do. And then we've just basically squandered a bunch of state money that's been provided to us for a large design project. That's my concern. So can we move the money around?
So, Mayor Stevens, as I understand, you can move savings from a completed project to another project.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you. You answered the question. All right. If there's no other, let's go to the public. If there's no other comments or questions. Okay. Anybody wish to speak from inside the council chambers? I don't see anybody getting up. Anybody on Zoom?
Yes, Cynthia, please.
Cynthia, you have the floor.
Good evening again, Cynthia McDonald. I've been taking my kids, I took my kids to Fairview Park when they were kids. Now I'm taking my grandson out there, so it seems like I've been going out there forever. And I've watched those bluffs erode, and I can tell you, eyewitness to bluff erosion was caused by people riding bikes down the bluffs. and model planes going over the edge of the bluff. You know, there used to be cactus all along those bluffs. That's why we don't have the cactus wren. The cactus wren has been extirpated for that reason. Price tag. Well, here's what happens when you defer maintenance. You defer maintenance on your house. You don't put a roof on when you think, you know, you don't need to. And then, oh, you have a big leak and you've got water damage and now you got more than a roof, you've got drywall repairs. So, you know, consider that as part of, you know, the consequences for failing to protect this natural resource. I mean, we had some damage because the vernal pools, there was slippage on the bluffs that wasn't retaining the water. The water from the vernal pool ran over, but you know, those bluffs used to have a trail that was, you know, loaded with shell midden for many, many years. Go out there and you'd see the shells. Shells are all gone now because guess what? Bicyclists are riding on that trail when it was originally in the master plan that you weren't supposed to go there. So consider the impact of the vernal pools. Consider the consequences for failing to protect a natural resource. You know, we got protected species, the fairy shrimp, you know, various bird species that may be impacted. What's going to happen when, you know, once again, we've got the feds or the states breathing down our necks. So I urge you to get started on this thing. Good Lord, it's been many years. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you. Anybody else on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Well, hold on a second. We have somebody in the chambers that wishes to speak. Public comment. Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and the Council. I'm Farhad Khosravi, and the idea of the staircase kind of reminded me that, you know, we have a similar situation on the back bay of using of the natural material that was kind of, the staircase has been put in there, but it is of the dirt and boxed in with the wood, the material in there. So therefore, the idea is not a extravagant structure there, but this of native material could get the job done, I think. Potentially, everybody would be happy.
All right, thank you. You're hired. Okay.
By the way, I do have a master's degree in civil engineer, and I am registered as well. So, but I don't need the job.
Well, the RFP is closed. Okay. Closed public comment. It's motion time. Councilmember Marr.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the staff recommendation. I would also like a council report when we get to 30% design drawings. And I would like to request that the engineering firm, that SOMAS, prioritize natural solutions if possible.
Seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. You have the floor regarding your motion.
No, I agree with one of the public commenters. We need to get this thing moving. But I also don't think we need anything to, actually a couple of the comments, we don't need to over design this. We don't need to over engineer it. I know that's what engineers love doing, but I think we want simple, we want sustainable, we want to keep with the existing infrastructure in the park. That being said, if it cannot be done, I want to know now. I want to know how much we need to budget in the future. I need to wrap our head around how we would get through a Measure AA process. And so the sooner we can get to that point, I think the better for the community. But I do not want to hold this up. I want to get rolling. There's a lot of work that needs to be done as it relates to, tracking towards an EIR. So let's go. But when we have information, let's let the council make a decision directionally about where we're headed on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Second? No? Anybody else? Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, just a clarifying question. I like the motion. I was thinking along similar lines of a sort of update and touch base with council before this key decision is made that goes in a different direction. In reading the scope, I was thinking that would be at the end of task 2. So at the completion of the site design evaluation and ahead of task 3 design development. Is that the same thing as the motion?
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds. I mean, it's similar. I mean, 30% design is a good engineering timeline for us, so.
But it's
we
a good
can look
point.
into it.
I'll amend
Yes.
my motion to give staff the discretion, somewhere between
Yes.
task 2 and 30% DD come back to the
Yes.
city.
Right.
or
Yes.
council.
Yeah, where the intent is like, where there's several different design alternatives, or maybe the recommendation is like, there's only one option here, but this is what it is. Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Would you include in the motion sort of assessment of the possibility of a staircase?
Yes, of course. We can assess possibilities.
Assess possibility, thank you.
Second concurs.
Okay, good stuff.
Is that something that you feel like can be added within the?
At this time, it's not in the scope of the project, so
Assess possibility of a staircase as a potential stabilizing solution, similar to Back Bay.
we'll have that
We can
discussion.
have the consultant make an assessment.
Yes, we'll have
Okay.
that assessment.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good. Let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, next up is new business item number 3.
This is award of the Costa Mesa Skate Park Expansion Improvement Project and finding of California Environmental Quality Act categorical exemption and presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director.
Mr. Seth Rahman, you have the floor.
So, Mr. Mayor, we'll have the same team here making the presentation. I'll be joined by Director Gruner from Parks and Community Services and Sung Yang, our city engineer.
Okay.
So we'll start with a few pictures of our existing skate park. As you all know, the skate park is within the Tewinkle Park, overall Tewinkle Park, and it's one of the most popular skate parks in the county. And it offers 15,000 square feet of skatable surface, and it features a combination of street elements, bowls, and other transition areas. And the project goal was actually to double the size of the square, double the size of this skate park. However, the final design ended up with almost 19,000 square feet of expansion. So the proposed project, it was something that Supervisor Katrina Foley had some funding to allocate to the city, and we proposed several projects, and she picked skate park as one of the projects. And this is basically the ARPA, American Rescue Plan Act funds that were available for her discretion to be given to cities. And she chose to give Costa Mesa $3.2 million of that, of which $2 million came to skate park. At the November 7, 2023, almost 3 years ago, so the City Council awarded the skate park design project to DVD Design, and they had Spawn Ranch Skate Parks as their subconsultant. And Spawn Ranch is a expert in skate parks. They do build this throughout the nation. They design and then they build also. DVD has designed many parks in our city, including the Lions Park Playground. So in order to get to this point, we did quite a bit of outreach to the community. Many of you were in our meetings. So the first early meeting was in 2024. May 11 to 2024, we presented at the park and got feedback from the community about what they wanted to see. And they gave a lot of ideas of what they want to see, and a bunch of them are listed here. The few big ones were like the pump track, they wanted additional bowls, and they wanted an area which is not quite as advanced. They want to have some area which is more like an entry-level skatable area also. Now, the second outreach was held in 2025 at Davis Magnet School, March 12th, and we had 95 attendees were present for this one. And the concept plan was presented, and there was a video shown, which I'll share another video of that one. And it was very widely accepted. I attended many of these kind of outreach meetings, and this is probably the only one where the audience clapped after the video was shown. So it was received very well. In addition, we worked with Supervisor Foley and some other stakeholders following the process to refine the design, to make sure that the sizing meets everybody's requirements. And these were done before we got to the final plan stage. So here I have a quick video. This is a preview right now. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, son.
The Costa Mesa Skate Park is getting a major glow up. We're expanding to the southeast corner of Tewinkle Park, and when it's done, it's going to be bussin'. The new section is stacked with features for every style and skill level, whether you're just starting out or you've been shredding for years. It's all about that street vibe. We have rails, ledges, curbs, and a chef's kiss pyramid hip. Another section of the park expansion is a transition paradise. Beginner-friendly snake run, a clover pool with concrete pool blocks and porcelain tile, and wait for it, Orange County's first ever concrete pump track. Perfect for the young riders and the OGs looking to get a solid sesh and a cardio boost. And yeah, we got the extras: new fencing, chill seating for spectators, and sports lighting so you can skate after dark. More updates coming real soon, so hit that follow button on our socials to stay in the loop.
So what you just saw is a preview of promotion that will come down the road. It's not, so when project is approved and we get into construction, this is what we would be promoting down the road. And it's done by our video production team and our public affairs team. So as mentioned, the four major features of the project are Clover Pool, pump track, snake run, and the street section. And as I mentioned, the overall expansion is almost 19,000 square feet to kind of make sure that we accommodate all of these and size it appropriately. Again, this is a quick rendering of the skate park, proposed expansion. It shows the pump track, Clover Pool, snake run, and the street elements. And it's integrated with the existing skate park. So we had a project construction go out to bid late last year. We had a bid opening on January 22nd, and the contractor selected is Elegant Construction with an amount of almost $2.9 million. And as you mentioned, it's financed primarily through the ARPA funding that we have from Supervisor Foley's office. We also are using a little bit of Park Development Fees Fund, Capital Improvement Fund, and in order to make sure, so we get to almost $3 million with this funding, but what we need is, in addition, we need money for contingency and some construction management. Well, staff in-house will do quite a bit of project management on this one. We need, because of skate park being a specialized area, we need special inspections for that one, and we need material testing that we have to do. So we allocated $500,000 for those two items, almost $600,000. And that's why if you look in our next year's budget, we are asking for $500,000 allocation for this project. Again, any amount that doesn't get used will go back to the fund. Again, so this is a timeline. We are here with the award of the project. Our timeline for construction is from May of this year to April of next year. Bulk of construction is expected to be done before the end of this year, but we want to allocate some extra time. And we'll come back to see you for acceptance in mid of next year. With that, we are here to answer any questions you might have. I think, staff recommendations, again, make the finding of CEQA, adopt plans and specifications for the project. We have to reject an apparent low bidder that it's non-responsive, so we have to go through that process. And award the project to Elegant Construction in the amount specified here, and authorizes the 10% contingency and 10% for construction management and material testing, and authorize the city manager and city clerk to execute the agreements. With this, we are here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Gameros?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Raja, for your presentation. Maybe this is the wrong time to ask this, but I do have, I've been wondering this for a long time, and with the other skate park, I don't know if it was a rule or part of an ordinance, whatever. How come there are no scooters, rollerbladers, or BMX bikes allowed on the skate park? And if nobody knows that answer, that's totally fine. I just wondered why that's there, and if we can address it for the new skate park. The Vans skate park in Huntington Beach has designated times where they allow BMX bikes and scooters, and is that something that we can do if we don't have that in place?
Yeah, we can definitely look at that. Yeah, I mean, looking at our current policies and rules and regulations for that skate park, we can certainly make some adjustments and accommodate, different types of activities, whether it's biking or whether it's skateboarding.
I think that would be great, and it would be greatly appreciated by the community. And to be honest, I don't think that the skating community would mind sharing that, because I know you don't want them together at the same time. But, a 6-hour block, a couple of days a week, I think would be great. Thanks. That's all I have.
Lauren, are you gonna get out there in rollerblades? Just was asking.
So, do you have any questions, Jeff? I mean, Councilmember Pettis? Yeah, I get it. So, Councilmember Reynolds?
Yeah, so a few clarifying questions. There were some optional items here that I think are not included in the scope. One of that was a lighting retrofit. But so can you confirm that the expanded area will include lighting?
So, Councilmember Reynolds, yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, the new area, the new area will definitely have the new Musco lighting.
Okay.
What was eliminated was to retrofit the existing lighting that's in the existing skate park also with the same type of lighting. So we kept that as optional, and if there is savings, we can approach that item, but at this point, we took that off.
Got it. So the full skate park will be fully lit.
Will
just
be
the
lit.
old part won't have new lighting.
Exactly.
Unless there's cost savings. Okay, great. I saw that, I think it was 16 trees will be cut down to support this design. Are we planning to replant those trees, not those trees, but replant trees at the site?
Yes, Councilman Reynolds, yeah, we tried our best to save as many mature trees as possible, the larger trees. I think there are some smaller ones, yeah, as you mentioned, they are impacted, and we will be definitely replanting them or planting new trees.
Got it. Okay, great. And then in the cost estimates, there was a line, $120,000 called allowances. I interpret that as like a contingency fund within their proposal. Is that correct, or otherwise, what's allowances?
So usually the allowances that are built in there are for the design of the project right now. There could be quantities that are that are off, that have to be adjusted, things like that. So these are known design elements to pay for any adjustments in the cost of those. Contingency is for something that we have no ideas. Sometimes, when they do excavation and if they find something that is unusual, then that results in a higher cost. Sometimes it's unsuitable material that we encounter it could be clay soil and things like that, to an extent.
So you don't consider that to be redundant with the 10% contingency
it's
budget that you, okay.
Right. So as Mr. Sethuraman said, the allowances are within the scope of the project, essentially, whereas the contingency is outside the scope of the project that are unforeseen within the project. So as the word suggests, allowances, we're being allowed to go a certain overage that's within the scope of the project, and that was deemed necessary.
Okay, so if the project is built exactly as described here, the cost should come in $120K less than the total bid price.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's open it up to the public.
All right. Hello. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Robbie LaBounty. I'm a district rep for Supervisor Katrina Foley's office. Just here in support of the award of the Costa Mesa Skate Park Expansion and Improvement Project. Obviously, as we were talking about in 2022, Supervisor Foley was proud to direct the $2 million in American Rescue Plan funds to this project because she believes Costa Mesa's young people deserve world-class spaces to skate, exercise, and connect with their community, and we are proud to see that investment reach an important milestone tonight. This project reflects years of community input, including 2 public outreach meetings, an online survey, and close collaboration with city staff and the design team at David Voles and Spawn Ranch. The result is a concept the community helped shape and that the Parks Commission unanimously endorsed. We thank all partners involved for their collaboration and hard work on this. Costa Mesa Skate Park is already one of the most popular in Orange County. This investment ensures that it stays that way for the next generation. I urge the council to award the agreement to Elegant Construction tonight and keep this project moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robbie. Anybody on Zoom? Close public comment. I'll make a motion for the staff recommendations. Seconded by Councilmember Gameros. Yeah, I'm really happy that this project is moving forward. It's been a lot of work by staff and a lot of work by our design consultants, and very appreciative to the support of Supervisor Foley, and I think it's going to be a great and beautiful project. You wish to be heard, the second, Councilmember Gameros?
Yes, I do. I would just like to add that we include language that will adopt other types of recreational wheeled activities for the use of the park as discussed. But that's all. Thanks.
Oh, would you, I don't think we're not there yet in terms of, that's more of a programming thing, Councilmember.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's not only a programming thing, but there's nothing on the agenda about that. So we should bring that back for future action.
I think it's a good idea. I support it, but I just don't think it's before us. Okay, so are you still cool with the second?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, good. All right, does anybody else have a comment? Okay, all right, let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good job, everybody. Thank you. Okay, now we're up to number 4. We're up to new business item number 4, the penultimate
This
item.
is the Waste Infrastructure System Enterprise Agreement, presentation by Mr. Seth Rahman, Public Works Director.
You're up again.
Mr. Mayor. We have Kevin Gaxiola. He's our senior management analyst in charge of waste and recycling program with the city. And this is, I think, Kevin's first presentation. So he'll start off, and we're here to answer any questions. And I also want to acknowledge we have our consultant, Mike Ballier, also in the audience, in case we need to get any other help with answering any questions. With that, Kevin?
Kevin, is that, what's your last name again?
Gaxiola.
Yaxiola?
Gaxiola.
That's good. Well, welcome. You know, we grade you heavily on brevity. No, I don't, look it. I don't mean to constrain you. Take your time.
No worries. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. Should probably turn the mic on first. Raja, is the presentation pulled up? I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, there we go from beginning. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Stevens and members of the council. Today we'll be talking about the Waste Infrastructure System Enterprise Agreement between the County of Orange and the City of Costa Mesa. So we'll dive right into things. A little bit of background. The city is currently operating under what's called the Waste Disposal Agreement. The Waste Disposal Agreement was approved and executed beginning in 1997. There's been a series of amendments that have taken place since then. Regarding the updated agreement, which is referred to as the WISE agreement, negotiations were dealt with through the OC City Managers Association in the County of Orange, specifically OC Waste and Recycling. Those negotiations began in late 2024 and recently wrapped up in February of 2026. In 2025, the county and OC City Managers Association decided it was best to execute a final amendment to the waste disposal agreements in order to give additional time for negotiations to take place. The proposed rate structure that you will see in a few slides was agreed upon by OC Waste and Recycling and the City Managers Association just a couple of months ago. So the benefits of the WISE agreement, the WISE agreement will guarantee landfill capacity for jurisdictions, in our case specifically the City of Costa Mesa, that enter into the agreement. The benefits are it essentially guarantees landfill capacity specifically in Orange County for those jurisdictions that opt into the agreement. There is an optional organics agreement within the WISE agreement as a whole that the city has an opportunity to enter into as well if we deem that some of our haulers would like to take their organic waste there. This is sort of a long-term solution, and again, the main focus is to guarantee landfill capacity. There's 3 active landfills currently in Orange County, with one of them set to close here within likely the next couple of years. So this initial term of the agreement would be for 10 years with one additional option to extend for an additional 10 years. So here you'll see the proposed rates. One thing to keep in mind, the rates are currently, or the gate tipping fee is currently $43.73 per ton. And you can see on the first row up top, that is the rate that was agreed upon by the OC City Managers Association and the County of Orange. So it's a phased approach. You can see it's $67, which would begin July 1 of this year, $74 July 1 of 2027, $81 a ton July 1 of 2028, and then $81 plus CPI in 2029. Below that, you'll see the rates if the city opts to not enter into an agreement with the County of Orange. So we'd be paying $92, or the haulers would be paying $92.70 per ton starting July 1st if the city opts to not enter into the WISE agreement. So I know the main focus will be how this will impact the public. So particularly when with the city and its non-exclusive franchise system, when it comes to commercial customers and then multifamily customers as well, we expect there to be roughly a 16% increase when it comes to their trash disposal bills that they see from their waste haulers. I do want to make note that through the non-exclusive franchise system, the city does not play much of a role in the contract negotiations between generators or customers and the waste haulers. So some customers may have mechanisms in place where the haulers will not be allowed to increase pricing. For example, the City of Costa Mesa, our bulky item, or I'm sorry, excuse me, our city facilities contract If you recall, that was awarded last year. That is capped at a 2% CPI increase. So the city won't directly be impacted by these increased rates, potential increased rates. So sort of a timeline for the WISE agreement. They're requesting that all jurisdictions approve the agreement by April 30th of this year, and that'll give time for documents to be executed, particularly here with the city. We have a number of haulers that we would require to enter into the agreement with the county. Costa Mesa Sanitary District approved the WISE agreement at their March 23rd meeting. Their specific rate structure they have not finalized, and last we spoke, I believe that was the recommendation was going to be made on the 14th of April, so a week from today. Regarding outreach to our customers, the city will collaborate not only with the haulers, but also Costa Mesa Sanitary District to let business owners, multifamily property owners, managers, and then also single-family residents know that there's a potential rate increase incoming. For the Costa Mesa Sanitary District, they did confirm that they will have to do a Prop 218 notice to their customers, and we'll be working with staff internally to post on various social media platforms to get the message out to customers, letting them know they may see an increase in their trash disposal bills. So we'll wrap up with recommendations. Recommendation 1 is to approve the WISE agreement with the County of Orange for municipal solid waste disposal rates and services. And lastly, authorize the city manager or designee to execute the agreement and all related documents on behalf of the city and make minor modifications as necessary. And available for any questions if needed. As Director Sethuraman stated, we also have our solid waste consultant here, Mike Ballier, who works with a number of other jurisdictions throughout Orange County.
Councilmember Bewley?
Yeah, sure, just a few questions.
Yes.
Currently 4373, and if we don't do this deal, goes to 92. That's a hell of an increase. What was the motivation, justification, mindset? Why'd we get into these negotiations? Why this insane rate increase?
Yeah, so it's a great question. And there's, as I mentioned earlier, there's currently 3 active landfills in Orange County. You have Brea, or Olinda Alpha Landfill in Brea. You have Prima de Checa Landfill in San Juan Capistrano and Frankengar Bowerman in Irvine. Olinda Alpha Landfill is pretty much at capacity. They expect it to close within the next couple of years. So the county has invested in infrastructure to expand the capacity at the other 2 remaining landfills. So that's where you're seeing the need for some of these increases. For example, they've had to build out the next phase fill areas for the remaining 2 landfills. In addition, they've also had to expand fee booths to accommodate the additional traffic that'll be going from Olinda Alpha landfill to the other 2 sites.
And did I understand certain landfills have better rates than others to the extent that maybe San Diego may even ship there?
Yeah.
I mean, do we not control our own landfills? Do we not look out for the county residents? Do we not try to keep our landfill ours?
Yeah, so with them being owned and operated by the county, they sort of control the pricing structure. And unfortunately, this is sort of the best deal. We would have the opportunity to take it out of county, but by the time you factor in those landfill tipping or gate fees plus the cost of transporting material out of county, it wouldn't be cheaper than what it would be to transport in county to one of the Orange County landfills.
And I'm not putting you on the hot seat. I'm just here. Obviously, you're my information guy. 100% increase. I mean, and I understand the justifications that these landfills are getting full, some are closing, but nobody visioned this out a little bit and started planning for this instead of presenting the county and say, hey, we're going into negotiations, got to go up to 92 a ton. But for you today, because there is going to be sticker shock amongst all the constituents, and is it 16% rate increase per year?
No, that's initially. We're anticipating a 16% increase on the trash only side, because there's also commercial accounts and multifamily properties that also have organic service and recycling. So just to be clear, these rates that you're seeing are for material that enters the landfill, meaning going to be buried or disposed of.
So are the consumers going to see their utility bill, their trash bill? Or are these consumers who are residents or taking advantage of the more significant waste that goes to the landfill? I mean, who's going to physically see this impact, see this fee increase?
Well, yeah, everybody will see some sort of increase, more than likely. Again, the city doesn't play much of a role in controlling the contracts that customers get into with the waste haulers. So if they had verbiage in their contract where the bill increase could be capped, then they may not be affected by this very much. But for example, if somebody's contract is coming up for renewal at the end of June, then they might feel that impact a little bit more.
And then the urgency here tonight is if this isn't approved, and that's signed off by the 30th of April, we default to the non-contract gate rate.
Correct, yeah. So if we do not choose to enter into the agreement, then the waste haulers would have to pay $92.70 a ton.
And if they pay $92.70, somebody's going to reimburse them for that.
Exactly, yeah. The cost
Probably
will
the
get passed on to the
consumer.
customer, yeah.
It's just astounding to me that you can do an over 100% increase without some heads up, without some advanced warning, without somebody over there seeing this coming. If there was really this need coming, that they didn't plan for it, to expect the consumers or the users of this to just, hey guys, we need to increase rates in excess of 100%. So.
This has been going on for a while, and as Mr. Gaxiola mentioned, the closure of that Olinda has an impact because they were importing from LA, county also to go there, and now that's going to stop. So more pressure is going to come to these other two landfills and the need for building this infrastructure. And the negotiations have been going on with the City Managers Association for a while, maybe last year or so. And this had to get approved by the county board, which they did just a couple months ago. So we have to wait for all that to happen before we bring it to your attention. So it's a process that's been going on, but we have to wait for county to approve.
Yeah, I'm not faulting staff and local and City of Costa Mesa personnel for not giving us a heads up, but those who are putting the downward pressure, it just seems, anyways, it is what it is. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions? Oh, Councilmember Gameros.
So I'd kind of like to take off from where Councilmember Bewley was speaking. By the way, great presentation, Mr. Gaxiola.
Thank you.
Who controls the rates? Who controls or who decides, or what commission or committee decides this is what we're going to charge the ratepayers?
I'm sorry, specifically in the city or the landfill rates?
Well, it says here Waste Infrastructure System Enterprise Agreement between County of Orange County and whatever city. So how did they come up with this number?
The county board is the one that approved the rates.
County Board of Supervisors?
Board of Supervisors. They had the final approval of the rates.
So they approved the rates. So we don't really know how they came up with, whoever they is, we don't know how this number came about, right? There's no, like, how does it point to, well, this is going to cost this and that's going to cost that, and moving and,
So the Department of, the waste recycling, that agency determine the cost for all the improvements and how much they need to charge to bring their landfills to new standards. And based on that, they develop the maximum rates that they can impose. And the county board has to approve it.
Okay, how do we compare with other cities?
As far as rates,
Like, are we getting charged the most? Are we the newest kid on the block? Are we within a percentage? Are we all equal? How does it
yeah,
go?
so the agreement is the same for all cities, all 34 cities and 3 special districts throughout the county. So the rates that you see on your screen, those are the same negotiated rates that all cities throughout the county would get.
Maybe you answered this question, Raja, but you used the term negotiated. Who negotiated this? Does it go back to the county supervisor or whoever you said, or was this like what board had negotiated this?
So the Orange County City Managers Association and the OC Recycling Department, they had to, the negotiation was mainly how to get to this $81 a ton, whether to do it on year one or whether to take it in steps. And they negotiated a 3-year term to get to this higher rate. So that's a negotiation that happened, but this 81 per ton was determined by the ultimate goal that they want to reach.
And there are no options, right? We're basically being strong-armed into this
Yes.
into this agreement. Otherwise, you're gonna pay heavily, right?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's pretty much all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Any questions?
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Oh, my gosh. Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I want to make, because it is a little bit confusing.
Yeah.
This is my understanding of how people will see these costs. So you said the city, for our own waste disposal, we're not going to see it at all immediately because we've already locked in a contract with a 2% maximum rate increase, correct?
Yeah, I do want to add, we are in the current RFP process to renew or get a new contract for our bulky item collection. So we're still in the middle of that process. So we may see a slight increase in that contract amount. But as far as our city facilities, that is capped at 2% CPI.
And
Yeah.
how, what's the duration of that contract that we have a locked-in 2% increase?
I believe it's a 3-year with two 1-year optional renewals.
So at the end of that contract, we're likely to see a big jump.
I would say
right?
so,
you
definitely.
You can be planning for that. Okay.
Yeah.
Our single-family residents or residents who have Costa Mesa Sanitary District as their waste hauler,
Yeah.
right? They're going to see rate increases through property tax,
Correct.
right? Okay, and that's going to be negotiated at the Costa Mesa Sanitary District. People are going to have opportunities to give input there. The
Yes.
city's going to help publicize those opportunities for public input.
Correct.
Right, okay. And then our multifamily residents and then our commercial customers, they're going to see those increase. Well, let me say multifamily residents, they're not doing direct contracts with haulers, right? So they're going to see increases that trickle down through their landlord or property manager's contracts with waste haulers.
Yes.
Okay. And then our businesses are going to be having those direct negotiations through, okay, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So that's lots of different ways people are going to experience this, most of which we have no
Yeah, and I-
control over, but we can help educate people on.
Right, and I think the main message will be to get in touch with your hauler to figure out if you'll be affected or impacted by this, by these new rates.
Okay. And these rates are dollars per ton.
Yes.
So there are opportunities to reduce your costs by reducing your waste, right? And I'm
Yes.
assuming strategies for that are going to be part of our climate action adaptation plans. There may be ways we can help people reduce their waste as well.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Finally, do we have any concerns, given this large increase, do we have any concerns about increased like illegal dumping of materials or waste?
That's a good question. I don't think, I can't foresee a scenario where these rates alone would result in increased illegal dumping.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Thank you.
Excellent questions, everybody. I think we've all asked all the possible questions we can. Let's hear for the public. All right, anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment. We've got a motion from Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor Stevens. I want to move staff recommendation.
I want to second it. Do you have any comments?
Look, this is obviously something that's going to be drastic for a lot of people in the county of Orange. I appreciate you answering our questions we asked so diligently. But fundamentally, what it looks like to me is just as unfortunate as the increase is, it is the best deal we can get because the alternative is spending more money to go farther away. So for that, I want to say thank you for your time and let's move forward with this vote.
Thank you.
I blame the whole thing on Kevin. No, just kidding. You did a great job under withering cross-examination, and let's call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0.
All right, good job. We're at our last item. Committee, well, you read, as is our custom. Madam Clerk, read the title.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. This is appointments to various committees. Let's see. Yes, and I'll be doing that report for you tonight. As we have done in the past, what we usually do is take public comment, and then we go committee by committee and then make your appointments, if you'd like to do that tonight. And then we'll describe each committee as we go through that, the appointments.
So are we going to do public comment on everything?
Yes.
Okay, then we'll open up to public comment on everything. So public comment is open on everything. Nobody wishes to speak? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Close public comment on everything.
Okay.
Okay.
So our first committee that we have, and note, you may defer your appointment to the council liaison for that committee if you so wish. For the first committee is the Active Transportation Committee. There's 6 appointments with the term expiration of April 2028. We'll rotate the nominations each time. First, we'll start with Mayor Stevens, if you would like to select.
Flo Martin.
Councilmember Bewley. I'm sorry, did I? Oh, okay, Allison, thank you.
Oh, can you put in your mic, Councilmember?
Allison Rutledge.
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis.
Farhad. That was loud,
Farhad.
sorry. My incumbent, District 6, thank you.
Thank you. And then next is Councilmember Reynolds, and you have 2 appointments.
They'll do the 2 incumbents, Chair and Vice Chair, Michael Moses-Nolf and Andrew Barnes.
Great. May we please have a motion and a second?
Do we get Gameros?
Oh,
Gameros?
did I not get that?
Oh, yeah, we missed one. Yep.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Gameros, please.
Eric Rundlet, please.
I have a question, comment that maybe, can I make it?
Yes.
And this is sort of the awkward part of the process. Councilmember Bewley, you recommended Allison Rutledge. I just noted in my notes that she's a vet who expressed interest in animal services, which seemed like maybe a more appropriate committee, if you'd be just making that note.
I was going to nominate her for animal. If you didn't take her, I was going to put her on animal, but whatever, man.
Well, seeing that Allison is teed up for Animal Committee, then
I noticed that too.
I will move over to Mo El Ajou.
That's a good one.
Okay. Great, thank you.
It's a Mo Kevin.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, a second.
A second.
A second by Reynolds. Any further comment?
Nope.
All right, we'll call for the question on this. Councilmember Bewley, please.
Yes.
If you could vote, yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Next is the Animal Services Committee. We have 4 member appointments, term expiration of April 2028, and 1 member appointment with a term expiration of April 2027. So first, we'll start with Councilmember Gameros on this one.
Nicole Wiltshire.
Okay. Councilmember Bewley.
I've heard the
You gonna take her
Mike,
again? All
Mike,
right.
Mike. Nobody at home is going to laugh at your
All
jokes.
good.
I hear Allison Rutledge is a vet who would be very appropriate for this position.
Okay.
Thank you. And next would be Councilmember Pettis.
Barbara Bellina.
Thank you. And Councilmember Marr.
Kara Stewart.
Mayor Stevens.
Hold on one second. Okay. I'm going to do,
Sorry, sorry, point of clarification. I don't see Councilmember Marr's name on the PowerPoint.
Nope, but I'm on the agenda.
But I'm sorry.
I don't see your name on the. Oh, I see. Thank you.
okay. Yeah, I see that. All right, and I will do Anna Rodriguez. Okay,
Rodriguez.
right.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second, please.
So moved. Move the recommended appointments.
Thank you. And second is by Mayor Pro Tem Chavez. Any discussion? Okay, we start the vote. Mayor Pro Tem Chavez, please. Motion carries 7-0. Okay. Now, the next item is the Finance and Pension Advisory Committee. We have one member appointment, and appointment by Councilmember Pettis.
Jordan Johnson, please.
Okay, thank you. Can we have a motion and a second, please?
A motion,
Oh, you got beat.
whatever. Jordan can have it. It's all good.
Councilmember Gameros, seconded by Chavez. Call for the question.
Motion carries 7-0. Okay. Next is the Housing and Public Service Grants Committee for appointments with term expiration of April 2028. Okay, first, Councilmember Bewley.
Got my mic on this time. And Greg Pinney.
Thank you. Councilmember Pettis.
Catherine Stewart.
Mayor Stevens.
Michael Toe.
And Councilmember Gameros.
Maria.
Castellon.
Castellon.
Yes, Castellon.
I don't want to mess that.
Okay.
Maria.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Bewley. A second, please. Mayor Stevens.
Call for the question.
Thank you. Councilmember Reynolds and Mayor Stevens, please.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries 7-0. All right, then the last recommendation, let me get, here's the next item, is for the Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee. We did have 2 vacancies to be filled. We did receive 1 application. However, staff is recommending that you reduce the number of the Mobile Home Park Advisory Committee members to 7 to align with the rest of the other city committees. And so at this time, the staff's recommendation for the motion is to reduce the number of mobile home committee members. Or as an alternative, you may keep the same members and appoint a member.
I'll move staff recommendation to reduce the committee membership to 7, with 3 park owners or representatives, 3 park residents, and 1 independent citizen at large.
Thank you. And we have a second by Mayor.
Second. I seconded it.
And then, any
Call-
okay, call for the
Call
question.
for the question.
Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmember Pettis and Mayor Pro Tem Chavez voting no.
All right. So thank you very much. We've done all our business for the night. I want to adjourn the meeting in memory and honor of Esperanza Lugo, Murillo, Antonio Ruiz, and Luis Ruiz. May they rest in peace.